Well, good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas Live Trading Room for Thursday, August the 11th. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear my screen see my screen and hear me. And I see a couple of yeses. Excellent. Wow, what a morning we're having already. Look at this SPY action, guys. Another huge move in the SPY pre-market anyway. Look at this one. Look at NCLH. Got absolutely hammered 2 days ago on earnings. Yesterday had a nice recovery. And look at this. I mean, it's above yesterday's high. Crazy markets, crazy markets. Cruisers, yeah. Crazy markets. By the way, guys, I am really enjoying the general market talk. I'm not a big macro player, so it is interesting for me to read all the stuff that you guys talk about, general market, the SPY, etc. So keep it up. I'm sure it's entertaining for other people other than myself, but I really enjoy reading it in the morning. So what else is happening? Well, tons. I mean, there's tons, and we've got lots and lots of these. I don't know, third and fourth tier earnings plays. CYCC earnings play, I think. Yeah, earnings play. It's pulled back quite a bit actually, from 2 down to 150. It's still at 15%. Tons of volume. Look at that volume. 1.8 million, 9.2 million in the float. But another little earnings play. FPAY, another earnings play, I believe. FPAY, another earnings play. Low float, 14 million in the float, up 22%. Not a lot of volume yet, not yet. But look at this gap up on the daily chart. So again, just have to wait and see what happens when the market opens. Disney, look at Disney, DIS. I mean, that's a big move, almost 10% with 1.8 billion in the float. Great move for Disney, even though they're losing a ton of money on on their streaming service, but maybe not as much as before. ARHS. Another earnings play. Low float, 20 million in the float. Another earnings play. Look at that gap up on the daily. The goal today, of course, is to find today's NVTA and BCAB. Those two just absolutely smoked yesterday. Coin, with Bitcoin itself, BITO up 5% already. Bitcoin, well, the ETF. So of course that's dragging a lot of all the big names up. Coin was over 100 briefly. Sono, here's one actually on the way down. Sono, S-O-N-O. Sono, though it is trying to recover a little bit here. Sono, S-O-N-O, earnings play. This could be an interesting one. I mean, they're all could be interesting. We just don't know until the market opens. But this VCSA, not a crazy low float, 62 million in the float, 2 million have traded already. It is an earnings play. Look at that gap up on the daily, and it's holding. It released earnings after hours. You can see the mauve area on my 15-minute chart. That is the action after hours, and it's basically holding. Now, this is shortable for me though, so could go one way or the other. But right now, looks pretty positive in that it's holding its gap so far. ENVX, X is in xylophone. Another earnings play, guys. Another big gap up on earnings. Again, released earnings after hours. So when I say an earnings play, yes, I mean they didn't release this morning, but basically the reaction, if a company releases earnings after hours the day before, typically, of course, the reaction is today. I mean, you already had the reaction after hours, but there should be further action today. So that's why I always lump after hours yesterday and pre-market today as earnings plays. Even this one, MTTR is an earnings play. When I say even this one, wait a minute. Matterport. So this is an earnings play, kind of one of those meta stocks that got all the way up to what, $38 before it crashed down. But it's up 20%, lots of volume, big float. And now, yes, on my list is GWAV. Again, this float, don't know what I mean, we have 726,000. I would check a couple other sites. Whatever it is going to be pretty low, but this is insanely low, of course. And a lot of volume already. So if that float number is right, it's traded the float, it's double. So of course, yeah, this one could be crazy. I mean, the next high looking left is 440, and then after that, we've got 557, and then the fantasy level of 805. So I don't see any specific. I mean, they had earnings yesterday. They had earnings yesterday, but no big reaction. So maybe this is a second day. Maybe this is the sort of a delayed reaction. They seems like they released before the market opened yesterday, but no big reaction. So we'll just have to see what happens once this market opens. KTTA. Now this, I don't know if this is shortable for me. KTTA, this is up on preclinical data. Whoops. KTTA up on preclinical data. And yeah, this is shortable for me. So highly suspect, guys. But it is a low, excuse me, it is a low float, traded a lot already, more than a third of the float. I mean, this is your news, dumping 21% on animal data for a multiple sclerosis candidate. Announced the proof of concept data. But I don't even think this is a phase one. This is preclinical. I'm not sure how to categorize that exactly. William, you could probably help me on that. Mike C, good morning, Mr. Mike C in our YouTube room, and good morning, all YouTubers. Boy, SUNW, it's on the march here, guys. SUNW on the march. It's had earnings a couple of days ago. Yeah, August 9th. So on the move here, SUNW on the move. Seeing a lot of EV plays, solar plays. Take a look at TAN. Let's see if the whole solar sector is moving. Yeah, I mean, TAN is up a little bit. Viru, VERU. Now, so this is an earnings play. It is an earnings play. There was the original reaction. I mean, where did it close yesterday? Closed at 11. So this was the original reaction. Maybe there is some other news. The reason I say that is that I mean their reporting looks abysmal. I mean, quarterly loss of 28 cents a share, 833% decrease over a loss of 3 cents a share, same period last time. Reporting 9.6 million sales, 45% decrease. I mean, nothing looks good. I don't see what the guidance is unless they're guiding some insane number. So I have to admit, don't really know why this is moving the way it is. It does say, the 10 stocks trending on Discord. So Viru is one of them. So I mean, that's maybe just the only reason I can think of, because I mean the earnings release looked really bad, and that was the initial reaction. What's PSHG doing? Yes, it's a cheap one. Depends on your broker, of course. Blue BCI, NVTA is shortable at Interactive Brokers. I'll come clean. I actually took a little scalp short on it. Didn't do much. I think I made 6 cents on it. But depends on your broker. I mean, Interactive Brokers, NVTA is shortable. And there are a lot of shorts available. Interactive Brokers, 1.3 million. CLSK, CLSK. I don't think this is an earnings play. It was on the 9th, okay? So maybe another kind of delayed reaction. Actually, no, I'm wrong. Had a good reaction yesterday because they released after hours the day before. And again, there's their big reaction to earnings and a continuation. Well, Jordan, this is no, again, not scientific, but I mean logic. If most brokerages do not have shorts available, well, at least then you know there's not as much downward pressure on shorts piling in to drive the price down, in theory, right? Just makes sense. But I can only speak for Interactive Brokers, of course, when I talk about shorts being available or not being available. RKLB. RKLB is another earnings play. Let's see, a big float, 229 million in the float. Nice move though. I mean, pretty steady move over the last little while. Uh, Well, no, Jordan. I would say, I mean, listen, there's nothing high. I mean, I have no data to to go by on something like that. No, if there are shorts available, I mean, you hear us say this all the time. Something that's gone a little bit parabolic, and I'll check to see if there are shorts available. If there are no shorts available, that means I can't short, number one, for me and other brokerage platforms. If it's sort of widespread that there are no shorts available, then that means there's no downward selling pressure from people shorting. I mean, so if I saw something that's going parabolic, I'm going, wow, I'd love to short this, but I can't. So consequently, it may not have the biggest drop that it would if there were tons of shorts available across many different brokerage platforms. That's my feeling anyway. And let's see, ACHR. CHR is another one that capping up, guys, on earnings. All right, you know what? I'm really interested to see what the analysts are saying today. You know, in the last all week, we've had way more downgrades than upgrades from well, what I get from briefing.com. And but with the market, I mean, listen, the market is SPY's been up. It's taken out some in my opinion, some important levels. Are they still going to persist? Yeah, they still have way more downgrades than upgrades at one point. Well, let's take a look. Not as many upgrades again as downgrades. The RCT, yeah, you're right, Mike. The RCT is moving right now. Big move right now for DRCT. Another earnings play. Low float, guys. Super low float for DRCT. I mean, we're just looking for the one crazy one. This could be it. I mean, this looks like, I don't know if this was an IPO or a symbol name change or a SPAC or probably this was an IPO. Just looking at the position in the lifetime range at 59%. That looks like this was an IPO back here. And I see that First Solar got an upgrade. So the solar stocks probably are going to be dragged upwards with that First Solar. And again, well, just to continue with the short discussion, I mean, I'm only talking about interactive brokers, of course. And interactive brokers has always had a history among, the big brokers out there of having shorts available. Okay. Now, is it a center point? No. I mean, if you talk, you look at Zach seems to be able to short just about anything within reason. Okay. And that is, that is what Centerpoint's reputation is. But as an overall broker, IB has always had the reputation of having shorts available. Well, when I look and I see no shorts available, I immediately think, well, okay, probably other like E-Trades and Thinkorswim, etc. It could be that they don't either. So the short availability is probably widespread. Not all the time, of course. There are times where I'll say I have no shorts available at Interactive Brokers, and William or somebody else will say, oh, I've got them at E-Trade. But there may not be that many. I mean, that's the other thing. I may have shorts available at Interactive Brokers, and I check, and now it'd be like 14,000. Well, that's not a lot, obviously, as opposed to having millions. At one point, I mean, if the market continues like this, at one point, the analysts are going to have to shift gears and start getting more upgrades and downgrades. I mean, they're not looking too good now with all these downgrades. All right, I see a couple of downgrades for Cook. I don't know if Cook is an earnings play. Cook is an earnings play, so a couple of downgrades for this one. Now, yesterday, we had a few of the 10-day daily breakdowns, but none of them, because the market was so rip snorting up, really did not produce. So it's something you have to take a look at on the 10-day daily breakdowns. I mean, if the market is going to be really positive again, I'm going to have to just sort of hold back on those 10-day daily breakdowns unless it's an all-time low. But even then, we saw a couple small ones yesterday and they just didn't even budge. Yeah, this Viru, this is more than an earnings play right now, in my opinion. I mean, it cannot, I mean, look, I don't like to be swayed too much by an earnings report, but I mean, that looks really terrible unless you dive into it and you see that they're guiding extremely well next quarter. I just think this is one of these, it's in a room, one of these Discord Reddit groups have got a hold of it and decided, you know what, we don't care what earnings are, because again, that was the original reaction, all the way down to $10, and then it's popped $4. And then again, if you read the earnings report, unless William, if you read the Viru, Veru, maybe you can see something that I'm just not seeing. Yeah, I don't even see upgrades from the analysts that you're saying, Blue, it's in our YouTube room. I don't even see, I mean, I'm not saying there aren't any, but I'm just looking at my headlines in Interactive Brokers. I don't see any upgrades. I, all I can see is this 10 stocks trending on Discord for Thursday, August the 11th, and here they are. And Viru is one of them. So anyway, all we can do is trade what we see, guys. This is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, 932,000. So certainly there are shorts available. And this high short float percent is what usually attracts the Reddit crew, some room. 32% short, and they say, the heck with it. I did see AERC moving this morning a little bit. Okay, thank you, William. I mean, I know it was a COVID play back here when it had this run a few weeks ago, or even here. I think it's probably here about a month ago when it had the run, and that was, it was a COVID play. All right, wow, 10 minutes to the open. Let me just do a quick check. I haven't checked the price of oil at all, so I'm just going to, have no idea what we're going to see with oil, with XLE. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So obviously oil prices are up a bit. So what you're seeing here, these are the major sectors. So this is XLE. This is the major ETF for energy. These are the stocks that make up XLE. So when you see 100% in green, what that means is 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are up from yesterday's close. So I don't even have to check the price of oil. It must be up. But look at this, guys. I mean, there's really, every sector, 85% technology, 86%. Healthcare, healthcare is only about 50-50. So if you're looking for a weak sector, healthcare is right now, as we speak, only about 50-50. That is the weakest sector right now. But again, this is 10 minutes before the open. And again, all these percentages refer to how many, again, 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above yesterday's close. That's what those percentages are. When Omni reminds me at around 10 o'clock, we'll look at the change from the open, and we'll see, especially this will be an interesting one to see, because we'll have to see what the change from the open is, because stocks could still be up from yesterday's close, but they could be drifting down, from that opening first trade. So anyway, we'll see. Boy, this is another one that's just had a really, really good week. This is this Pac B. Well, actually, an extension of last week. Now this week, Pac B, PACB, just been inching its way up from 440, almost not quite a double, almost to 8. Riot wasn't Riot the trade of the week last week? I think the trigger was 8 or 780 or something like that. So, obviously benefiting from the Bitcoin price. Brothers, BROS. This is an earnings play, bros. Through the 200-day moving average, guys. So BROS through the 200-day moving average. Not a lot of volume yet, but the big gap was after hours. Well, I guess it wasn't a big gap. Well, yeah, it was a pretty big gap after hours. That's when they released earnings, and the gap is continuing. So BROS, for those of you who don't mining, a little more expensive plays, through the 200-day moving average. When you look left on the weekly chart, what are we seeing here? It looks like 53.21 is the next high on the weekly chart for BROS. So it definitely has some room. especially if the market is, I forget these bottoming tails. The SPY, let me see. Well, yeah, this, I don't know why, again, I guess some charting packages, not all, but certainly ours, seems to get these big bottoming tails at a certain time. 9:15 seems to be the time now. Some charting packages will have it, some won't. Another, well, I guess we'll call this a, I mean, this turned into a Bitcoin play during, all this back here in, that's August of 2020, turned into a Bitcoin play, overstock. I wonder why some brokerage platforms show it and others don't, blue collar. So I often wonder if you put a like an auto stop, I just would not. Well, of course, I guess you can't do that in the pre-market anyway. So I guess so you are protected. Now Zach, he promised he wasn't going to sell any more of his Tesla. He promised. Well, that's one good reason why you can't put auto stops, I guess, in the pre-market because something like that would destroy you. Absolutely destroy you, depending on. Guys, bros, look at bros. I have a real distaste for that. Everybody is everybody's bro. But anyway, um, getting close to that 53, guys. 53.21 now. VRNA, guys, again, crawling back from, well, the interesting day it had. I mean, this was an earnings release. This was a reaction to earnings for VRNA. Got up to 14.59, closed way down here. I mean, that's a big drop. Yesterday kind of paused, trying to recover a little bit, and today's another day of recovery. 41 million in the float. JMIA taking a bit of a header here, guys. Had earnings, yes. Oh, I'm sorry. This isn't, yeah, had earnings yesterday. Yeah. Had earnings yesterday. All right, guys, want to get set for this open, so I'm going to get rid of this. And as usual, I do not like to trade in the first 15. This DRCP, this is, again, as an earnings play, low float, 2.5 million in the float. This could do the crazy, guys. And this was an IPO, just based on the position on lifetime range. So the all-time high is up here at 549. Less than a minute to the open. Yes, in fact, 10 seconds, or about 10 seconds right now, guys. So let's have a great day trading, everybody. Oh, guy. Okay, that's NVTA is kind of all over the place right now, but it looks like it wants to drop now. I say I had a little scalp short of it pre-market, but hmm. Say lots of shorts available. 1.3 million at Interactive Brokers. Now, guys, yesterday, I would say that yesterday in the afternoon is when we had the most excitement from the races, mainly because we had the big NVTA and the BCAB. So, have some patience. Okay, so there's Sono moving down. It did show up on the 10-day daily breakdown, but again, I'm a little reluctant right now with the market. I mean, it may be completely wrong. This may just surge all the way down. I won't take this right off the bat anyway. No, I mean, in this case, it would have worked, but there it is, 1834, 1772, 1763. It's just too early. Had it been an all-time low, I may have been induced to take it. Boy, look at this though. Wow. What's the spread like? DTC on the move here, guys. DTC. Whoa, look at this. DTC. Earnings play. No big action in the pre-market. Fairly low float. 21 million in the float. DTC. Earnings play. Let's see if it pulls back. I know I'll miss these early runners, but through experience, I've just find that these things can get, these ones can be so whippy. You chase it, and then it can drop like 50 cents just like that. Look at the retailer. Look at Macy's, guys. Macy's not an earnings play, but wow, August 23rd they're going to release August 23rd. So look at Macy's. DNA on the move here, guys. This is an earnings play on Monday. DNA on the move. Look at the volume coming in. Lots. It's a big float. 759 million in the float. Again, it is early. It is early. I'm not short NVTA. Probably should have been paying a little more attention to it, but I'm not short it. Well, I should be short that. Yeah, the NVTA giving looks like it's going to give up. The 6 level, well, it just did. Okay, I don't know if this is an earnings play. Yeah, so silver, PAAS, a silver play. I don't know what silver is doing overall. Let's take a look at the ETF. So silver is weak, a little bit weak. I mean, not horribly weak, but silver is a little bit weak. PAAS is a silver play. It's an earnings play, gapping down. XP XP was an earnings play yesterday, gapping down. I'm just looking at the ones that are showing up on my 10-day daily breakdown. HIMEX, HIMX. Okay, this is an earnings play. No big reaction pre-market. This is an earnings play, HIMX. Lots of volume coming in. In fact, the reaction pre-market was negative. It has just gone positive. HIMX. Whoa, I missed my entry. I wanted to take the GME in that 40-50 range. Just as a trade, just as a trade. Missed my entry on it. Or Matterport, guys, MTTR, earnings play. Some rippage here now. There's the pre-market high is 730, so it is above the pre-market. Is that right? Yeah, that's the sorry, 749 was the pre-market high, so it's approaching that pre-market high for MTTR. Yeah, Viru is just running without me. There's no way this is because of the, well, okay, now they're putting this news in, gains 20%, excuse me, as potential, as William said, as potential COVID approvals overshadow a huge miss on earnings, huge miss. But as it says, overshadowing. Look at NVTA, big miss by me. I'm not shorting that one. NVTA just got halted on the way down. Wow, how active is this? DNA, guys, DNA on the move here. Mention this one. It hasn't pulled back yet at all. But look at DTC as an example. This is what can happen. Look at DTC. Look pretty awesome. Up to 740. Pulled all the way back down, basically dropping $1. For a $6-7 stock, that is brutal. So that's why it can be really tough to trade in the first 15 minutes. Yes, if you catch if you catch a Viru right off the bat and it keeps going, yeah, okay, fine. But a lot of them, they just don't do this. Wow. Interesting for the JMIA. It was actually down a little bit pre-market, and now this is popping again. Excuse me, had earnings yesterday. So maybe a second day continuation of earnings for JMIA. Well, it may not, your may has turned into, yes, it has halted. All right, six. I don't know if I mentioned six. Six is an earnings play, guys. Six Flags is an earnings play, and it is gapping down. Six is an earnings play. SIX is an earnings play, gapping down. Meanwhile, MTTR is still moving higher on earnings. Big gap, big float, big float. That's a tremendous move, 31% for that float. Yeah, here's another earnings play, guys. STKL, no action really in the pre-market. STKL, and is this halted? Looks like it's not moving right now. No, it is not halted, not halted that I can see. It's just not moving that much. Good spread too, 1098.11. And that is STKL. Big gap here, guys. Big gap on the daily. Take a look left. I can't even see anything on the weekly. Next high is 1235 on the, actually 1101 is the next high in the monthly. So it's right there. If it can get through that monthly high, 1235 for STKL. Again, I'm not saying it's going to get there. HBI is an earnings play. HBI, Haynes. HBI is an earnings play and gapping down on earnings. It's showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. But again, with the market, it's not quite as positive as it was yesterday, of course, but nonetheless, it's still pretty positive right now. Oh, what a short this was. NVTA, what a short. Okay, now this one is getting hammered here. I don't know if it's an earnings play. Yeah, MQ is getting hammered right now on earnings. Big float, but is getting hammered right now on earnings. MQ. Not okay, guys. Again, I'll ban you from the room if you short Goose. Kidding. But yeah, Goose is an earnings play. It's actually up, but the AI has looked at it as a short. All right, BKKT, guys. BKKT, another earnings play. No real big action in the pre-market. Showing up on the races, of course. Ooh, SDKL, guys, now taking that move. STKL, guys, taking that move. Earnings. Big float. Well, may not be incredibly, well, it's already up 26% though. All right, 15 minutes up. Okay, let's see what happens with this STKL. Can it hold this 1130 mark and pop? I think it's got some room still. Well, meanwhile, MQ just getting creamed here, guys. MQ getting creamed underneath 9 now. All right, watching this STKL, it looks like it's going to give it one more look, see if it holds this 11 level. Okay, let's see if it gets back up into the 1120s or so. There's a little pullback right now for it. Boy, so much happening, guys. Bingo on the move here. A Warby on the move here. Is this an earnings play? Yes. WRBY, look at this earnings play. No action in the pre-market, really. And look at it now on earnings, WRBY. Keep an eye on the STKL, guys. STKL. It's got some room if it can get back into the 1120s. Again, the next high, yeah, it's 1235. It's the next high in the monthly chart. Not saying it would get there, but it's got some room. It's kind of resting a little bit here. I guess Viru opened. Okay, so Viru opened. Yeah, blasting through 17 now, briefly. Well, on NVTA, I mean, I don't know I mean, Sandy is using fibs, okay? I don't use fibs at all, but I mean, the next low looking left is 240. So, I mean, but he's using fibs. All right, guys, BKKT, BKKT, BKKT. Okay, be careful. Well, if the Viru holds 17 well, but be careful, obviously. It's trying to hold 17 VERU, trying to. BKKT guys, on the move. Well, look at this viewer trying to hold that 17 mark, just flirting with 17 constantly. VERU. I haven't even had a chance to look at BNGO, but I'm hearing it. Sounds like it's going crazy. Okay, guys, STKL right back up. Bit of a challenge, STKL, bit of a challenge. It got right down to 11, but this looks interesting now. It looks like it's that 11 held. Okay, I've got to look at this BNGO. I'm hearing it. Wow, look at BNGO. Keeping an eye on the Viru if it takes over 17 again. VERU if it takes over 17 again. Meanwhile, MQ just getting trashed here. MQ getting trashed. Earnings play, yeah, earnings play getting trashed. Okay, I'm setting an alert over 17 for Viru and see if that gets traders interested in it again. Guys, Stickle, STKL, I'm in this one now. STKL was sort of sitting on the 1131 STKL. It was a bit of a challenge. You got all the way back right down to 11. So STKL 1131 earnings play has some room in the monthly chart. Don't know where it's going, obviously, but meanwhile, if you're looking for a short XP just took out the whole number. It's an earnings play, getting close to an all-time low. Whew. There's another one breaking down, guys. STAR breaking down. Not an earnings play. I don't know what's happening with STR. Announces a business combination. Announces a business combination. Safehold and iStar announce a business combination. So market's not liking this right now. Keep an eye on that Viru. If it takes over 17 again, guys, could get it rocking again. I have an alert set up here around that 17 level. Viru, guys, Viru's at 17 again. Viru's at 17 again. Briefly, anyway. So much happening, guys. Warby, WRBY. Just look at this thing rip on earnings. 14 to 1750. Wow. Oh, there's another one just ripping here. ADMA, another earnings play. That's the theme, guys. All these little guys releasing earnings, and that's why you can get these big percentages, these percentage moves. Okay, so Viru got rejected again at 17. So I will reset my alert and see. Oh, it's still there actually. It didn't take out that the level I was thinking. This stickle is not. I'm gonna figure out what I'm gonna do with it. Yeah, no kidding on the bingo. BNGO halted now. BNGO is halted. Not in this one, unfortunately. BNGO. Don't see any news on it. I mean, I see some analysts, Bank of BMO, Bank of Montreal, really? BMO? BMO? Sunopta, so they're raising price targets on these things. Why? I don't know. BKKT guys, BKKT looks interesting. It's holding its gains here. Earnings play, small one of course. Pre-market high or market highs 376. Well, this XP looks so weak, guys. I mean, here's another one, probably an earnings play, AMRS. Well, earnings play yesterday, AMRS. Look at this thing move. Meanwhile, I'm kind of okay, guys. Viru, VERU over 17 again. All right, guys. Viru is on the move here. VERU on the move. Holy smokes. Viru on the move, guys. Everything's going nuts. I'm going nuts. I mean, it's so. Look at the market. Yeah, market. So it's a green candle. Second 15-minute candle is green. Oh, man. Yeah, if I can look at this thing. So the bounce plays, your bounce play is star. Let's take a look at star. There's a bounce play from Zach Scan. I got my hands full. I had my hands full with my two races. So was AMC, PJ. AMC, I don't know if it's going nuts, but AMC certainly on the move here. All right, guys. I've traded out half my position on the STKL for a loss here. I want to see if it can hold this level. I don't want to quite give up on it with this market the way it is. But I'm have to question why I'm in this one when it's other things are just moving. But starting to come back a little bit here, guys. All right, what's ZY doing? ZY, ZY, ZY. Another earnings on Monday. ZY. BKKT has moved, guys. BKKT has made a move. Okay, come on, Stickle. Now do it. Oh, bingo was actually shortable for me too. Lots of shorts available. 688,000. Guys, for me, the key was taking out 17. It's not easy. I mean, it was so whippy, but the key was kept saying takes out 17, takes out 17, takes out 17. Not easy because I had that pullback a little bit, but now who knows where it's going. I mean, the next high looking left on the daily chart looks like 1840. Yes, 1840. So, I mean, in theory, it's got some room still. Oh, Stickle. Okay. I did get rid of half of it for a little loss, but I held the balance. Now it's starting to pay off. STKL. See if it can really run a little bit here. Time is it? Whew, what a morning already. Look at Warby. Holy smoke. Anybody get, I mean, to me, it was just a pure chase, Warby, but look at this. Look at Warby, WRBY. Okay, guys, I've taken most of my Viru off. I will get back into Viru if it takes out 18, believe it or not. The only issue I would have with Vero at 18 is that the next high is 1840, but I'm going to stick an alert up here at 18 and see if it takes it out later. Oh, this is just there's no pullback yet for Warby, WRBY. I guess they would they make glasses or something. I don't know if they're in Canada. It's not, it's not an insanely low float, 81 million in the float, so it's not crazy low. It was just kind of, we should just do a little explosion for me. Whew, okay, guys. I'm just pondering my STKL right here, and I had some. It was up a bit, but I basically, yeah. You know what? I'm out of it, guys. I'm out of it. Just don't like the way it's trading. It's just too. There have to be easier ones. So I'm out of the STKL for a loss. I may look at it later on if it can get back over into the 13 or 11, 1240s. But we've got some topping tails here. Had a nice little gain in it, but I was looking for a lot more. Thoughts on Gamble, GMBL? Haven't seen that one for a while. GMBL. I have no thoughts whatsoever. Sorry, want it's it's just a disaster. I mean, I know it's up 16%, but I mean, I don't look at stocks under a dollar. So I mean, it had a little pop, but it's starting to give it up. So to me, it's a disaster. Okay, now that things have settled down just a little bit, there's DNA just got halted. Yeah, a good exit for the STKL. Definitely disappointed. I thought that move right there back in about 8 minutes ago, I thought that might propel it closer to 12, but just didn't happen. That's why you have stops, guys. Okay, viewers really giving it up now. So you had to be quick over the 17, almost got up to 18. Got up to 17, well, got to 17.99 is where it stalled. Meanwhile, my wife's company released earnings and drifting down a little bit, but good reaction. Doesn't trade very much on the New York, on the US exchanges, but it looks better in Canadian dollars. Okay, good rule, guys. Don't let your ego get in the way of a trade. No matter what I thought this should do or wanted it to do, it is not doing it, STKL. So I could have said, it'll come back, and it may later on. That's why I have an alert set up here. But this would have been a far, far bigger loss if I had not got out where I did for the STKL. And it's not, I mean, it's not moving with the market. I mean, the market is moving higher, so this is moving against the market. So shortable too. I almost feel like shorting it now. So just taking a glance at your bouncers, Zach. Yeah, a couple of nice ones. HBI at 1056, 1113 now, and the star, not bad. Put 20-cent, 30-cent bounce for it. Market is still seeing a lot of stocks giving up their gains, and yet the market is still moving higher here. Untradeable, 1639, 1697. Bid ask for top, basically untradeable. DNA opened and it popped up. The halt was at 402. So is there any news on this one other than, yeah, I don't see any news. I guess there is some news. Talk a lot about gout these days, but anyway. In partnership. So what is SYBX doing? SYBX? It's partner in this, SYBX. Interesting. Doing squat. Interesting. It's kind of weird. I mean, SYBX, it has developed a new drug candidate to treat gout in partnership with Ginkgo. What's the float here? 49 million, but this is not moving at all. SYBX not moving at all. It's the Ginkgo that's, or the DNA that's moving. Figure, got to be something. Maybe William can figure that one out. I certainly can't. Unless this, well, unless they've got the majority of the action, or they look at this market. So these aren't, I mean, these are not low floats. I mean, 59 million in the float. They're not low floats, but look at these percentage moves, 47%. All right, maybe round 10 for Viru, VERU. Recapturing 17 for a bit. I wonder why ZY and not the other one, SYBX, as per that headline. But yeah, the AI did have it on a pullback. Viru. Yeah, I had a nice day yesterday and a pretty good one so far today. And mainly earnings plays, guys. I mean, either the day of or the next day. This well, I mean, OPRX got hammered yesterday on earnings. I have no chart issues whatsoever, Tyler. Question from our YouTube room. Any chart issues? I've had none, zero. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick look. Omni didn't tell me to, but I'm going to do it anyway. Just a quick look at the sectors. I wonder what is, especially energy. I want to see what energy is doing right now. So Look what's happened, guys. So since the market opened, the energy stocks that make up XLE, only 61% of them are above the open, okay? So remember, when we saw this, 100% of them were above yesterday's close, but now, well, I mean, it's still not bad, but only 61% are above the open. So there's been some drifting down for some of the energy stocks. Same with tech. At one point, again, from the open yesterday, I think it was about 85%. Now only 68% above today's open. Not horrible. Look at healthcare go. Healthcare though. Healthcare was actually, that was the weakest sector. It was about 50-50, but look at this. Since the open, 87% are above the open. So healthcare stocks have definitely moved. Yeah, I've got nothing. You're right. I've got nothing. Well, it's starting to show up, but yeah, not really. That's not typical of the potential, what's going to happen with DNA. Boy, look at this PAC-B. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. Was having a nice run. Earnings were on the 3rd. So, but look at this run for PAC-B, and it's halted. And it just opened. Oh no, SNTG just halted now, guys. Whew, SNTG just halted, and this is a China stock, low float. Look out below. No, we'll look up above, I guess. 407 is the high, 425, and then 484. Let's see where this one opens. So no clue yet, 405. So this is the only way I'll play a halt when it comes out of the halt. If this goes below 404, the halt price, and then pops back over it, I usually will take that trade. That is not a recommendation to do the same thing I'm doing. But people ask, well, how do you play a halt? That's the only way we'll do it. Now, if it explodes, from that 404 right off the bat, then I'm not taking it. DNA just opened. Oh, and Bingo was her name. Boy, oh boy, look at this Bingo. So there's a pullback for Bingo. And then the pop. Oh, here's another one, guys. ME straight up. ME straight up. Just following the SPY straight up. Look at this 5-minute chart for ME. No pullbacks. Just so many of these, just absolutely no pullbacks. ME's through the 200-day moving average also. Oh, another one, ABSI, another earnings play, guys. ABSI, another earnings play. Just exploding here. Just can't chase it. Hey, sort of a pullback though. Oof, it's hard. Just, some of these things you just feel like you want to chase them, but I'm just resisting the urge. Look at the volume coming into ABSI. Okay, VLDR guys was pretty active yesterday, and yeah, very active yesterday. Was an earnings play a couple days ago. VLDR straight up almost over the 2 mark. Let's see where this VLDR, I mean, it's a straight up. Can it just base a little bit of 2 for us? And maybe what's the next high looking left? Yeah, 207, 208. Might be just too much resistance around that 207, 208 mark. And it's not a low float. I mean, it may blast right through that level, but it's just preventing me from taking this trade, VLDR. Again, this is just ripping here, VLDR. It's not carrying what I think. Me, look at me. Look at me. I mean, it's amazing. Look at this. I'll call it an earnings play, sort of a delayed reaction. Oh my goodness, look at that, Nate. I mean, look at it. Okay, guys, BCAB from yesterday. Keep an eye on BCAB from yesterday. High in the pre after hours was 764. And PAC-B just got halted, by the way. PAC-B just got halted. But boy, keep an eye on that BCAB from yesterday. That was a sensational one. If you recall, this big base at 5 and then it exploded off. BCAB, guys. BCAB, guys. That's all I'm going to say. BCAB. BCAB. Oh, man. Had to be quick, but I mean, what a game. 740 to 8, just like that. Well, you're too late now, but when I was mentioning it, it wasn't too late. And I mentioned it right here, right on that break right there, around 7:30. All right, just 100% concentration now on this window here. Yeah, VCSA guys. So definitely keep an eye on it. Look at this, 62 million in the float, up 34%. That's, it's a big move with that float. That's not a high float, but the pre-market there, the high was 428. It looks like it wants to hold four. If you start seeing a move off four, I mean, this could be a great one. It's an earnings play, so you know it's going to be active all day long. 12 million have traded already, 62. I mean, in theory, I mean, this could trade the float. I mean, we're an hour in. So if I extrapolate times six, 72 million, it could trade the float today. The longer this holds for, so there's VCSA, an idea. Well, Zach, you got your wish on me. Look at me. I know it sounds crazy. Look at me, though. This is shortable for me. For me also, it is shortable. How many shares? 145,000 at Interactive Brokers. Delayed reaction to earnings. Delayed reaction, basically. I mean, it had an okay reaction yesterday, but today, I mean, look at this, exploding through the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, what time is it now? Wow, 10:30 already. I hate to get away from the market, but duty calls. So, guys, you want to take advantage of a great test drive that we're having. It starts on Monday. Want to try us out? We don't have free trials or free demos or anything like that. But this is about as close as you're going to get, okay? So if you click on the test drive link, this is what you're going to see. So for $11.11, you can have access to our premium service, full premium service, except, and listen carefully, no auto trading. No auto trading, okay? But you will have access to the AI, which having another nice day today. I'll go over that in a little bit. It starts on Monday. So if you sign up today, you're pre-registering. So don't harass our support people saying, hey, I just signed up. Where's my data? It doesn't start till Monday. However, and that if you can take advantage of it between the 15th and the 29th, you'll get the 10 trading days. So why am I saying that? If you can only start on the 16th, as an example, you'll get 9 days. So it is not 10 days from when you begin. It's all set up. All our support is set up for these days, 15th to the 29th. Those are 10 trading days. Now, you'll actually have access to the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday. So that means you can download the program, and then I'm going to show you what I think you should do in order to get prepared for the test drive starting on Monday. When the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing to do. You don't have to unsubscribe from anything. We don't put you into a subscription. Okay? So we only do this 4 times a year. So great opportunity to try us out, and it starts on Monday. This room will be like this. This room is like this all the time. Well, first of all, I forgot. Welcome. If you're brand new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time, Monday to Friday. My name is Barry Anderson, and yes, I do work for Trade Ideas. So this is what I would do. Just give me a moment. Actually, I shouldn't phrase it like this. This is what you have to do. If you're going to take this test drive, come prepared. Don't show up Monday morning at 8 o'clock and say, well, what is this program all about? I'm in this test drive. Do a little bit of work ahead of time. As I say, you'll have access to the program for the balance of Friday after about 4 o'clock Eastern, and then of course Saturday and Sunday. So if you click on my homepage link that I just put in the room, now of course if you want to take out a subscription right now, I'll just give you an idea what how much Trade Ideas does cost. There's a promo code you can use right now, Barry for Alpha, for 15% off the first month only or the entire year. I'll give you an idea of how much it costs. We have 4 plans: annual, premium, annual, standard. So the premium annual is $2,000, standard is $1,000. You can apply the 15% discount, of course. And the big difference is the AI, which is having another nice day today. I'll go over that in a bit. Monthly, don't take on an annual. If you don't know you want this program for sure, you can always start off with a monthly, and you can stay on a monthly if that's what you want. Standard is $118, premium is $228, less the 15% first month only. So if you maintain a monthly subscription, this is what you will pay going forward, $118, $228. At any time, if you do want to take out an annual though, from a monthly, we will honor the 15% discount, okay? So if you're just starting out with Trade Ideas, certainly if you're going to do the test drive, click on this Let's Get Started. Mandatory that you do this. It'll take you 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with the download and installation, your first startup and login, toolbar and right-click magic, etc. Spend the 30 minutes. Now I'll get into the education section in a bit. I do a stock of the day video at noon. It's free. You can sign up for it right here. The trade of the week is free. You'll get it before the market opens every Monday morning. If you're not getting it, if you've signed up and you're not getting it, please check your spam folder. And if you have Gmail, please check your promotional folder, okay? Typically that's what happens if you don't feel you're getting it. Now, in the education section, click on the user guide. So there's that getting started. You should have already done that, but if you go right to the education section, you can do it from here. Now, at the very, very, very least, you should know what an alert window is. You should know what a top list window is, and you should know about our stock racing. That's all I'm going to talk about for the next 2 weeks. Okay, well, that's all I talk about now, but I'll really, really concentrate on the stock racing. So familiarize yourself with what the stock racing is, what a top list window is, and what an alert window is. Of course, there are other things in the user guide, but you don't have to learn everything at once. So come prepared, for Monday morning. Daily support. So today is Thursday. So I take a break between 12 and 1. One of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room. Today being Thursday, it should be Steve Gomez. He is the originator of the trades of the week. So I'll confirm that before I do take my break. And I will put the link in to YouTube before I do take my break. Now, Chris Farley, normally from Monday to Friday, every Monday to Friday between 3:30 and 4:30, he takes over in our YouTube room because I shut the main room down at 3:30. But Chris is on vacation this week, but he'll resume his duties next week. Okay. So both rooms get shut down at 3:30 all week this week. Daily webinars. So today is the last one. We'll be on a break for the 2 weeks during the test drive, but you can sign up for them all right here. And last but not least, because this is so important, if you're new to trading, and you're overwhelmed by everything you're seeing, not just Trade Ideas, but you've never traded before. Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put this together. These are all short videos, starting off with literally what is a stock, as basic as you can get. So I really recommend you take a look at that. And last, my scans. So I'm probably going to get rid of a lot of these scans, guys. So you can save my link. When I say get rid of, I mean from my homepage. There's a lot of scans here that, we're really trying to get people just to concentrate on the race mode. But here is the race mode scan that I'm using. This is what I use in the pre-market. Pre-market actives up and down, and the gap up and down. These are the 4 that I use in the pre-market. I will still have my 10-day daily breakouts on the upside and the downside, and Zach's bouncers and toppers. Everything else I may get rid of. Just from the test, if you ask me for it, I'll still have it. When I say get rid of, I just mean from my homepage. I don't want to confuse people. There's too much information here now. So save my link. Then you can take a look at the education section, my scans, and of course the getting started anytime you want. Save my link. I'm sure Emmy was halted on the way down now, right? Now, there has been some, I'm just looking now, there have been some awesome shorts. I mean, the Viru would have been an awesome short when it couldn't break 17 for about the third or fourth time. Look at SIGA, guys, SIGA, SIGA, SIGA. It's been on a straight run, just kind of in this area though. Let's see if it really breaks out. There's its all-time high is 24.40. I'm going to stick an alert there. Who knows, maybe it takes it out later on. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. Okay, so I was showing you all the scans that I have that I'm sharing. If you click on new and then click on doc channel bar, you'll see we have a lot of scans here. These are all theme-based scans. So if I click on the momentum scan as an example, or the momentum channel, I should say, and I'm hearing HUMA, text to voice, I'm hearing it. Look at this thing run. Another earnings play, August 12th. Well, it says actually it says it's earnings tomorrow before the market opens, but maybe in advance of it. Now look at HUMA, now that is a crazy low float. Crazy low float, if that is correct. I mean, 678,000. And the reason I say if that is correct, I mean, we have a data provider. Obviously, that's where we get all this sort of information from. But, if you go to different websites who have different providers, you may get 10 different float data from 10 different websites, especially when there are these low float situations. So for instance, if you like this scan, and just like my scans, some of the scans that I've got, if you want to take a look at them and see what they're all about, all you have to do is right click, configure, and summary. And that'll tell you what the scan is looking for, all right? So in this particular scan, this momentum scan, and it's an alert window, you can see by the A, if the stock is between $1 and $50 and the current volume is 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this point of the day, and the minimum volume is 100,000, etc. If all of these filter values are met and the stock makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. Okay, that's what we're really good at, creating events. And we have all sorts of real-time alert filters. In this case, it's the new high of the day. So if you like this scan exactly the way it is, you can, well, first of all, if you wanted to modify it a little bit, maybe you don't like this price range. So look at PACB came out of that halt, and now look at it ripping again, guys. So let's say I wanted to change it to 10 and 50. Instead of 1 and 50, I click on the summary, it's changed. I say okay. So now it is changed to 10 and 50. What I'm trying to demonstrate though, is if you like this scan the way it is, or if you do make a change, Now what you can do is you can take it out of this layout by right-clicking and duplicate into free floating window. All this is covered in the guide, but I'm just sort of showing you some basic things here. So now it's free floating, free floating. Now you can save it to the cloud, right-click, save or share to cloud, and save it. Now it's in your cloud, okay? Now you can go to different channels and do the same thing. If you see something you like, you can just save it to the cloud, get it into that duplicate it into a free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. And then what you can do is once you've done that, you file, load from cloud, and you'll see everything you've saved into the cloud. You'll see, you highlight, load. I think you probably have to keep, I'm not sure if you can do it all at once, but you might have to do it individually. But the bottom line is you can then create a layout without actually having to build any scan from scratch. Okay. Now, if you do want to build your own scans, of course you can. So when the company started in 2003, they made a determination. They figured, you know what? Most people will not want to have to learn how to build their own scans. So from scratch, in other words, learn a programming language. So if I right click on an alert window and click on configure, and then click on search, when you see these icons, these are the real-time alert icons, okay? Each one of these will give you a real-time alert. You know, I just use really the new high and the new low of the day, but there are lots and lots of different real-time alert icons you can that we have, or okay, real-time alerts that we have. When you scroll down and you see these icons, these are our filters. Do not get hung up on how many we have. Obviously, we had to create enough of them, you know, to satisfy, you know, all of our different trading styles with our thousands of customers. So we had to create enough of them. So for the most part, they could combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. You don't have to learn them all. So don't get hung up on that. So if you want to build your own scans, of course you can. Now the AI. AI is having a great day today. So this is what the AI looks like. The easy way to use it or to load it is if you click on File, sorry, New, and then what you'll still see probably is something that says Premium AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, okay? But whatever you see, just click on it's either Premium AI/Holly Strategy Trades window or just AI Strategy Trades window. This window will pop up. And what I would do is, first of all, I would incorporate this as part of your layout so you don't have to do it every day. The AI starts to work no earlier than 9:35. Okay, there was the first alert, I guess, at 9:36. So nothing happens in the pre-market. So you are presented with an entry. You don't have to take the trade right away. You can watch, you know, click on see how it's trading, and you have a stop. How you trade it will be up to you. Okay, there's no video that's going to say, you know, here's how you should trade this alert. Requires some trading knowledge. But if you go to the Trade Ideas guide, you will see there is a section on the AI. So you want to get more information on it. What I do is when I can, and I'll freely admit I don't pay that much attention to it because I'm so into into the racing. But you know, if I can, you know, I will look at the stocks that are usually the ones under $20. You know, an OPRX obviously would have been an excellent one, 1589 on the alert. And it's at 1727 right now. It's up 8.6%. Well, William said that some kind of a fireside chat at 11 o'clock with Pac B. It wasn't earnings playing the third, but that can't be it. Oh, even this one is starting to move. This SDC Smile Direct. Okay, guys, I want to talk a little bit about this window that is called Brokerage Plus. Okay, now first of all, I should really make this announcement. If you're going to take the test drive and you want to have access to the racing and Brokerage Plus so that you can, practice trading in our simulator, etc. If you're using the web-based version, it will not be available. Okay, so totally upfront. If you're going to use the web-based version of our product, and typically people using the web-based version, it's because they have a Mac, or maybe they only have a tablet or something. You'll only be able to use the web-based version. Okay, now, caveat, if you have a Mac and you're willing to use an emulation program like Parallels or a cloud-based service like Amazon Web Services, then you can, of course, use our program in the downloadable version on your Mac. But if you're not willing to do that, then just be forewarned, you will not have access to the races, which is so important to our company now, is what we're, all our focus is on improving the whole, well, the presentation of it and just adding more features to the races. Okay, and then you won't have access to Brokerage Plus either. Now, let me explain about Brokerage Plus. I know, Zach, even SDC is going today. Trying to race through this so I can get back into the trading aspect. But anyway, Brokerage Plus. I'll just put a link in called Brokerage Plus. If you click on it, you'll see there are two videos. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can use this window that we call Brokerage Plus to trade from within Trade Ideas, okay? Don't fret. If you don't have an IB, Interactive Brokers account, or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas. It just means this feature is not available. We're a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the market. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use this. You just won't have access to this feature. That's all it means. Now, the second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use, though, is as a simulator. Okay, if you're new to trading, or maybe you've got some kind of maybe a new strategy that you're trying to test, you can always test it in our simulator. It uses our real-time data. And it's called Brokerage Plus. So if you click on New, Brokerage Plus, this window will pop up. May have different columns, but the gist will be the same. It will say not connected in that box right beside the ask. If you click on Sim for simulation, paper trading, that not connected will turn to account. Click on account and then click on simulated trading default. Now you're in our simulator. Okay. Now you're in our simulator. Yeah, another one, Harris. Yeah, I mean, there's so many. There's so many that are just moving. Relatively low float has earnings next week on Monday after hours, ASTS. So if you want to practice trading, and again, this will all be available in the test drive, of course. And if you do take out a subscription, all you need is our standard service in order to use the simulator. It uses our real-time data. So if you're still unsure about who your broker is going to be, but you do want to practice trading, no problem. It uses our real-time data. So you can practice trading using our simulator. And really, really recommend, okay? Yeah, I guess TGL, guys, is a IPO price at $4 a share. Did not see it, was not showing up on my IPO list. It looks like only 2 million shares or so. So, yeah, this could be the wild one today for those new IPOs, TGL. And I just want to show you how easy it is to use a simulator. You just click on an alert, or click on a symbol. The symbol will show up in the symbol box. You pick how many shares you want to trade. You know, you go in. I mean, if the spread is tight, then you can just go in at the market. So I want to take this ME right now as an example. Let's see if it takes out 6. Well, I just want to demonstrate how you can do it, okay? I mean, just missing the boat on this VCSA, guys. I know this VCSA this was probably my big focus this morning. The pre-market had the earnings, had earnings after hours, basically held in the pre-market. Now let's take the trade. I just want to show you how you can do it. So let's take 500 shares. The bid ask is only a penny. I'm going to click the buy button and then send. Now I'll be in the trade. Another earnings move, exactly. Meanwhile, my goodness, PACB. I don't want to look at what I did with that one. All right, Huma, Huma. Ooh, this is interesting. It's just taking out the high right now. Looking left. Wow, look at this, guys. 628 is the next high looking left for Huma. Not a, it's an earnings play. Let's do this one also in the simulator. 500 shares, buy it at the market. So a word about the simulator too. If I don't get out of these trades at the end of the day, then this is how you can practice swing trading, okay? So I don't get out of these trades at the end of the day, you can practice swing trading. And if I want to get out of a trade, all I have to do is highlight the trade I want to get out of, and then I can flatten it. That'll get me out. Or I could get out of half my position, or I could double my position. Okay, these are some minor little hotkeys that you have. Now, of course, you could go into this share box and pick exactly how many shares you want to get out, but Casey, another one, guys. Wow, 10 million in the float. Another earnings play. You see what I'm talking about, guys? How unfortunately, we're right towards the end of earnings season. There will be some next week, but this was a big week for earnings. 1,000 companies at least releasing earnings, and most of them are just these little guys that most don't follow at all. But boy, when you've got trade ideas, you cannot miss these. Okay, guys, I'm also in the Huma in my real account. Okay, we're around that 425 level, and see if it has a pop from here. I mean, and why would I take this? Well, look at the room on the weekly chart. So that's why I would take it. 628. I'm not saying it's getting to 628, but you know, it's an earnings play, so we know it's going to be active most of the day. Just one moment, please. All right, guys. All right, this VCSA is holding here now. A little pullback, but it appears to be holding. Yeah. Another earnings play, guys. Never heard of this one before. Convey, CNVY. Never heard of it before. CNVY. Another earnings play is pulled back, trying to hold this 1050 level. Okay, guys, I got knocked out of the Huma. The minute I got into the teens, I said, okay, I'm out of it. So I'll keep an eye on it later on, see if it regains that 420 level. Yeah, we're starting to see a lot of these flyers now starting to slide. Viru looks like it just wants to. Well, let's see. I mean, this looks like it could be a great short right now. Taking out this little consolidation on the 5 minutes. Yeah, I mean, the market is starting to drift down a little bit here. So these ones, like the Huma, I mean, in theory, should not be affected by what the market's doing. It's an earnings play, got to be flying way under the radar. But hey, got to take my, you have to take. I have a stop, and I just obey it. It's that simple. Now, why didn't Smile Direct? I just couldn't take this. Veru on the way down, guys. Veru. Looks like it wants to. Remember now, this was an earnings play that, okay, had a earnings play, which was horrible. Look at the first reaction, and then they came out with saying something about COVID, so that caused it to pop. But this is an earnings play that was just terrible if you read it, and I mean terrible. Okay, so this is a 38 million in the float. So they have so nothing to do with earnings right now for ASTS. Excuse me. Okay, with our halts resumes. Okay, this is a scan I'm sharing. So you see the halt price or the halt time right there for Pack B as an example. It says 11:04 plus 53 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts. Okay, when it's a volatile. Well, I'm sorry, it resumed. I'm sorry, it resumed. But look at Cassie. Where did it get? See, it got halted at 11 o'clock plus 34 seconds. Typically, they are 5-minute halts because on volatility. Not 100% of the time, but I would say at least 90, probably 95% of the time. So so that's how I can predict where I think it's going to open or when it's going to open. Because look what happened, 11 plus 34 seconds, 11:05 plus 34 seconds. Exactly 5 minutes later. Okay. So if you have this halts resumes, it's in my on my homepage. So I'll give you my homepage link. And if it's not a 5-minute halt, then typically they are multiples of 5. So if you see it go past a 5-minute halt, then normally it'll be a 10-minute halt. Don't ask me why some, don't resume at 5 minutes. They don't know the answer to that. I mean, it's some computer program that kicks in but if you go to my homepage though, and then you click on my scan section, click here, and then halts resumes, okay? Viru on a short, guys. Yeah, it might be time. Yeah, look at the SPY. Time to get the short hats on now. We're still all positive here, but market's putting in a big red bar right now. So a little more reluctant right now to take some of these cheaper ones with the relatively low floats, based on what I've just sort of seen over the couple of ones that I did take. No damage. I mean damage in terms of a loss, but no big damage. Just have a stop and obey it. Look at the STKL. I mean, again, guys, if I'd been really stubborn and thought, it's going to come back, look what's happened. Look what happened. I actually said I should be shorting it. Whew, 1109. There news on this SDC? I think it has earnings coming up, but it had earnings on the 8th. A little reaction here. And big delayed reaction. Big delayed reaction. So go figure. Now as the talk reverses, okay, the stock reverses from weakness. The stock fell Monday after the company reported worse than expected Q2 EPS and sales results and issued sales guidance below the estimates. So go figure. Big float, high short float percent. Maybe it's a meme stock now today. I don't know. All right, I'm out of that Viru short, guys, as it approached 15. So at this point, I have zip. CYH, guys, CYH is maybe a little interesting. It's a big float, 125 million in the float. You can kind of see what it's doing. It's holding this 4 level. Healthcare stocks were the weakest sector pre-market, but they've kind of rallied a bit. And when you look left, 494 is the next high. So, it's got some room. 414, it's got some room. Now, obviously, guys, I'd be out of all of these, if I'm watching. Just wanted to show you how you take trades in a simulator. Yeah, VRNA, just having a great, I don't want to even call it a recovery because, I mean, the initial reaction to earnings was really good. Got up to 1474, but it sold off over the balance of the day. I mean, it was still up, it was still way up. I mean, there's where it closed the day before. So it closed way up above that closing price, but it is recovering. All right, guys, Sovo. Don't know this one at all. Sovo's brands. It's not an earnings play, but it is gapping down now, showing up in the 10-day daily breakdown. So they offered a 1050 offering. Okay, that was the reason then, I guess. They did it at, when did they do it though? So they did it after the market closed. So you think somebody knew? Looks like they did it after the market closed. 1700, yeah, 5 o'clock. So they did it after the market closed on the 10th. All right, how is the trade of the week going? Yeah, so it triggered earlier, but really didn't do much. What was the trigger? 70.85 or something? All right, keep an eye on Warby, guys. Maybe this is a pullback play. Look at the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. It's right into it right now. So this might be a pullback play. WRBY. Again, look at that 15-minute chart, and there, that blue line is a 10 SMA. It may bounce off that. That is, and it's, obviously it's got room. 1850 was the high, so almost $2 to the high. So I would be definitely keeping an eye on Warby right now to see if it bounces off that 10 SMA and moves higher. I mean, it's sitting right on it now. And the market is, putting in a little bit of a green bar. Maybe that sell off momentarily abated. Keep an eye on the Warby, guys. Boy, it looks like it. Holding that 10 SMA, guys. Holding it so far. Just keeping an eye on this WRBY to see if it keeps holding this 10 SMA. Excuse me. Well, we do have change. We do have those. So Hans asked a question about how you can scan stocks. Excuse me. The change in say 5 or 10 or 15 minutes. We do have filters for that. So for instance, if I right click on an alert window, configure, and do a search, and I click in change. CHANG, all right? CHANGE. So we have a change in 1 minute, 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minute, 15, 30, and 60, and 120, both in either dollars or percent, okay? So we do have filters like that. Okay, well, the Warby looks like it did not hold that 200 days, so well, just seeing a lot of, well, again, that was a green bar briefly. That 15-minute candle was a green bar briefly, but now we're a continuation sell-off, guys. So a little reluctant to go long anything right now. Can you scan and to have a higher low? You mean things on an uptrend making higher lows? I'm not sure I know what you mean exactly, Will. So did you ask that question to the guys? A swing low, a swing high. I mean, the only way you can really do something like that. I mean, depends what you mean on your time frame. I mean, right now you can look at consecutive candles, for instance. 1 minute candles or 2 minute candles. So something that has been beaten up, but now has consecutive candles moving higher. I mean, perhaps something like that. I mean, we do have a consecutive candles. So something near the low of the day, and then using the consecutive candles. I mean, I don't know if that's going to give you exactly what you're looking for, but consecutive candles on 1, 2, 5, 10, 15. So you could say, well, 2 minute candles, add the filter, show me two of them up in a row, two consecutive 2 minute candles up. So something that maybe has been beaten down near the low of the day, but now is putting in two consecutive candles, and you pick your time frame. And to find things that are, near the low of the day, you can use the position in days range filter and maybe put something, maximum of. So if you use the position in days range filter, if you want to see things near the low of the day, the position in range filter, okay, and you could say, okay, if you put, say, a max of 10%, sorry, just give me a moment here. Give me one moment. Yeah, so, okay, if you use the position in days range filter and say put 0 and 10, that'll mean it can be, it'll be within 10% of the low of the day. And then if you use the consecutive candles, though, it might be coming off the low of the day, near the low of the day, and now starting to move higher. I mean, that's some way. No, we can't. We cannot reference intraday candles like that, Will. Okay, we can't do that. But I mean, if you want to improvise and just, I mean, something that's making higher lows, coming off the bottom with consecutive candles, that means it's making higher lows, but we can't do exactly what you're looking at. Hey, you want something very specific? Ooh, Huma is back, guys. Huma is back. Now, let's take a look at Huma again. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. What was happening here? That 10 SMA is being adjusted, I guess. Of course, it is a changing. Okay, so did have a little bit of a pop here. It's still kind of trying to hold that 10 SMA. Still kind of interested in it if it holds that 10 SMA. Typically, I don't want to, I don't think these things really follow the market too much, but maybe in this case it is. But it's an earnings play tomorrow. So it's an earnings play tomorrow pre-market. And that's the HUMA. Actually, the Warby, I think that was the one. Okay, it was the Warby that I was looking at on the 10 SMA, but also the human now, guys, the HUMA. So, Will, you can take a look at the general market talk, and Jorn has got something. Maybe you can do something like that, what he's talking about. Boy, this Warby looks really interesting, guys. The WRBY, just the way it's holding that 10 SMA. Ooh, look how that bounced off that 10 SMA, the HUMA, HUMA. Let's see if this market turns around just a little bit. And maybe the Warby catches a bid here. We've got a big bottoming tail now. The SPY, 11:28. So a couple of minutes for this to close. That 15-minute candle. We have a bottoming tail now. The sellers tried to knock it down. The buyers are trying to move it higher. But the Warby holding that 10 SMA, WRBY, holding that 10 SMA. All right, let's see if anything else is showing up here. So let me go over the, oh, I haven't gone over the races at all. Ooh, Dan will kill me. Okay, guys, races, and why concentrate on this? Okay, I have very few other alerts windows, okay? I just really concentrate on this. So before we had races, I mean, we still have top lists, okay? So the races always originate from a top list that you create. So I'm using this one, the biggest gainers from the open. It's percent. It's nothing fancy. If I look at the configuration of this top list, it's just looking for stocks between $1 and $50. Has to have a minimum volume of 200,000 shares and up 2% from the close. I just want to see stocks that are positive for the day. And then I launch a race based on this. Now, before we had races, the top lists were usually used, not usually used, they were used to rank stocks. So in other words, if I wanted to see the stocks that were up the most for the day, I could just sort on the change from the open. I can sort in any one of these columns in a top list. I would double left click rapidly. So I can see that SDC is up the most from the open in this list, 37%. If I want to sort on the change from the, I'm sorry, that is from the open. Yeah, that is the open. I was going to go do it from the close. If I do it from the close, very, very similar. So if I wanted to see stocks that were up the most from the close or had the highest relative volume, Cassie 105. If I wanted to see the ones that had the biggest change in the last 15 minutes on a percentage wise, there's KAVL 9.6%, stuff like that, okay? But I'm going to go back to sorting on the change from the open. Well, it's all well and good, but what do I do with this? I mean, how can I use this to trade? I've got a lot of stocks on this list. There's probably 100 stocks. How do I know what is moving right now in this list? Well, you can't. I mean, I could maybe stare at SDC and see if that 33.9 changes to 34, then to 35, then to 36, but that'd be crazy. So that is the idea behind the races. I run 4-minute races. Now, there's no magic about 4 minutes. I just chose 4 minutes, and so so this race is due to be over in 14 seconds. Once it's over, a new race will begin. So what does it mean by a new race? That means at the start of a new race, all these stocks are treated equally. Doesn't matter that this one is up the most from the open right now, but what if RAD, right there, RAD as an example, at 14.3%, what if it starts to really move in relation to the rest of these stocks when the race started? Okay, I would never know that. How can I possibly know that? What if some stock way down here, SRG, at 9.4% above the open, what if it starts to really move? I could not possibly know that. That's what the racing does. When a stock starts to move, then you'll see it start to filter to the, well, it'll start to advance to the top of the list. Okay. And it's sort of winning the race as we speak. But of course, the race is 4 minutes long. I mean, IONM right now, I mean, it's not no big change, 1.76%. But if something all of a sudden starts, 4%, 5%, 6% from when the race started, that'll float to the top of the leaderboard. Okay. So the racing, then, what it does, two things. It gets you to focus just on one window. Now, I'm running my race on this particular top list. You, of course, can run it on whatever top list that you want to create. I like this because it gives me the ones that are really moving. So I like to run the race on that. You could create, though, a top list loaded with symbols that you want to follow. You could create your own watch list and then add it to the top list and then just run races on the symbols that you like to follow. Maybe you've got a basket of 20 or 30 stocks that you want to do that on. You can do that. Now I'm sharing my race. I'm sharing this one. But the beauty of it too And you'll see this more in the afternoon. What will happen is every time a stock wins a race, you can see right there in the number one position, PAC B has won 5 races today. SDC has won 4 races. This will create a top 10 list. And the more times a stock wins a race, of course, it'll move up on that top 10 list. And it creates a great watch list for you automatically. If you just watch these stocks all day long, and then you've got to figure out a way to trade them. It still requires some trading experience and all. But the bottom line, though, is it gets you to focus on one scan and a watch list that is automatically generated for you. And that's how you can, that's how you can just focus and practice in the simulator. Okay. Practice taking trades. Now, just because a stock is winning a race, like look at that KAVL right now. Boom. I mean, it's starting to win this race. Doesn't mean you just take the trade immediately. Okay. It just means that while your focus should be on this, how is it trading? Does it have room on the daily chart to keep moving, or the weekly chart or the monthly chart? I mean, so there is a lot to trading, but at least it gets you to focus on one window and a nice set of stocks just to focus on for the day. Okay. What green scanner are you talking about, Iris? You're not talking about this one, or the biggest scanners from the open, are you? If you're talking about this one, I know you've asked this question before. All you have to do, if you've got this biggest gainers from when they open, just right click and open the top list. There it is. Yeah, I'm sure you've asked that question before. No, this is just this top list window. This race right there is based on this top list window. But I think you've got my scan, so all you have to do, this race scan, all you have to do is right click, open the top list window. Okay, just open it, and there it is. This will pop up. Okay, this top list will pop up. So you can do it. You can do it, Iris. Just right click, open top list. There it is. Because you say you've got this scan, so. And remember, guys, save your work, okay? If I'm handing out scans, you take scans from me, or you take a scan from from maybe one of the channels. Make sure you save your work. You should save each individual scan to the cloud, okay? You should save your layout to the cloud. You can also save, things to your local computer, but make sure you save things to the cloud. Why? Couple of reasons. You can have trade ideas on as many different devices as you want. You can only have trade ideas loaded one device at a time. But let's say, I'm obviously working on a desktop, but I've got a laptop and I have 2 tablets. So on my just give me a moment here. So say on my tablets, all I have to do is, I can use the web-based version and then load from the cloud, because I've got everything saved in the cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. And on my laptop, obviously the same thing. I can download the program onto my laptop and then file, load from cloud, and everything is in the cloud. So I don't have to recreate everything from scratch. That's number one. Number two, if all you're using trade ideas is on a desktop computer, and then something happens to your desktop computer, it just it breaks, right? And you can't use it anymore. Well, it's a pain, but as long as you saved everything to the cloud, you can always bring back all your work. Okay? Yeah, so Jordan, What you've got to show all winners. If you've saved mine, it shouldn't do that though, because what it should do is create a top list, a top 10 list. Well, then I don't know what to say, because I mean, you can see how mine is ranked. I won't see it the way you have to make sure. If I right click, if I start a race right here, launch stock race, just give me a moment, and then I show the race setup, show all, well, see, I'd have to start a new one because it's basing it on this. So let me find another top list window. Have they taken that option away? It's impossible. Show all winners is one way, but just give me a moment here. Let's see, penny stock explosion, launch the race. Now I'm in a development version, but just give me a moment here because that shouldn't be. I'm going to have to check on something here because you should have an option right now when you launch the race. There should be something that says create top 10 list. I don't know where it is now. This is a new, I'm going to have to ask that question. Okay, I don't know why. I can't tell you. Because I want the top 10 list to be created. Absolutely, 100%. That's the beauty of it, creating a watch list for the day. Oof, okay. SOND, yeah, I saw SOND earlier, Harris. There's just so much going on right now. SOND, I did see it earlier. Yeah, it would have been nice for sure. It was winning a race, I think. Okay, so short poppy. Let me make sure I understand what you're saying. When you set up a new doc with charts and stuff, it disappears when I click on a channel bar group. Are you clicking on channel bar or docked channel bar? That's the whole idea of the docked channel bar. I think that's what you're doing. You're clicking on channel bar, which I wish they would just make disappear. Okay. If you click on docked channel bar, you see I have a layout underneath. I have a layout underneath, including some docked channels. It doesn't disappear. If I click on a momentum channel in the dock channel bar, my layout and dock channels do not disappear. I think what you're doing is you're clicking on channel bar. And that was what used to happen. If you click on channel bar and then you click on a channel here, yeah, my layout will go. So don't click on channel bar, click on new and then docked channel bar. Okay. I think that'll solve your issue. Yeah, don't click on the channel bar. I still don't know why we have it. I'll be honest. I mean, we have some channels in there that, but it doesn't make any sense to me. But I don't run the company. Let me just see something here. Still concerned that that top list, it might be in the development version that I'm on. Launch the race. Yeah. Now, the thing is that I have created a race default. So it may be that it's defaulting to it. I'll have to see when I run this race. And maybe that's why it's not showing up. Oh, no, but it's important to have a top 10 in my opinion. Oh, I see. You're right. Interesting. Thank you, Look Left, who's turning into a great expert. I don't know why they've done that. So if you click on, oops, let me give me a moment here. So this is now like a toggle, I guess. So show all winners, and I click on that. Now it's going to show top 10. I can now click on show top 10 winners. Okay. I think it's a little confusing, but I thought it defaulted though. I think, but look left and well, how it was working for me earlier as in before today, is that when you created it, it would give you that option immediately. Create the top 10 list. It wasn't that you had to toggle on show winners and then you get it. Anyway, so try this. You got it? Okay, good, good. I was just going to say to try that. Yeah. All right, guys, it is almost time. Wow, what a fast morning. I'm going to confirm that Steve is in our YouTube room at noon when I take my break. I think he said yes to me. Oh, don't tell me about TGL. Oh, okay, good, good. It didn't go crazy yet. All right, I'm sticking an alert here at 9:29, 9:22, the high of the day, in case it takes it out. It's one of these crazy with the structure, hardly any shares issued, and low IPO price. All right, guys, give me a moment, please. I just want to be back in a moment. All right, guys, I'm back. See ASTS after the pullback. See that? Didn't really touch the 200-day. Oh, sorry, the 200, the 10 SMA on the, excuse me, on the 15-minute chart. Never broke it. Let me take a look at, yeah, it just got halted, right? TGL just got halted on the way up. Well, I know it sounds crazy, but I got an alert set at 9:21. Okay, well, it's kind of holding, kind of, sort of, maybe. Warby, WRBY. It's just right at that 10 SMA. Yeah, but Zach, you know that if this takes out that high, you never know with that structure. I mean, this could be the crazy one that goes to the 20s and 30s and all that. I'm not saying it's going to happen. You know that, but how ugly was this? Oh man, what a great short, guys. I know some of you shorted this one. Wow, $6, $6 on the way up, $6 on the way down. PACB. Oh, NVTA, is it finally bouncing? NVTA at $6 or at $5, right? Wow, you're short this. Hmm. Well, I don't have to tell you, be careful. Remember, it's down so much because it had that huge, huge move at the end of the day. All right, guys, Warby's back up. Maybe it'll do it now. Warby, W-R-B-Y. It's kind of sort of holding at 10 SMA, the Warby. Very interested. I mean, it's an earnings play. So we know it's going to be active still. Got up to 1851. So, I mean, there's a lot of room still. It tried before. It got through 17 before and just pulled back a bit. Not sure what TGL does for a living. And we probably have no news on it whatsoever. Treasure at the bottom of the sea. Treasure Global announces pricing. Treasure at the bottom. I guess they're treasure hunt in Greenland. Or no, that. Either scavengers or something. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Steve will be here very soon, I think. Oh gosh, trading, guys. What a way to make a living. Um, okay, so I'm just waiting for Steve to show up. And that just got halted. TGL just got halted. Mr. Gomez. I hear you little ping, so you must be there. You must be there, Steve. Let's see, I don't have the site on mute.
Hello.
There you are. Okay.
I keep forgetting the most basic, simple use of this StreamYard. User error over here.
That's okay, as long as you get on before noon, that's fine. So what do you think of this Warby, the WRBY?
Well,
Kind of holding.
I like it for so many reasons. There's like a triple convergence here. So you've
Okay.
got a market that's being squeezed short, and I'll bring up my screen. Why not? We got a market that's
Yep.
being squeezed short, without a doubt, and that seems to be the story of today. And so here we go. I'll put my screen on. What I've done is I've actually changed one of my races here. Okay, this is only scanning my A table, which I've filled
Hmm.
up with shorts. This is nothing but short floats. There's no score, there's nothing. It's just show me all stocks with high short floats, 50, 50, 40, 30. So I'm running a race off of the short float. And there's been some good stuff on there, including Warby. SDC came through early. Michael jumped on that one. Smile Direct, if it wants to switch for me.
Yeah, we saw that one. The general races, I'll call it. Yes.
Yeah. Which, by the way, my system's
Sorry. Did we just lose Steve? Hmm. Have I lost you, Steve? I haven't done anything on my end. If you can hear me, then I'll just stop and let you take over. I'm talking to Steve in our YouTube room. Okay, guys. Well, I don't know what's happening. I can't hear him anymore. We were talking. So here is a YouTube link, guys. If you want to head over to YouTube, I think Steve is there. Oops. I think Steve just got booted out, so I may not be able to go. Something happened. No, you don't have to go to YouTube. If you want to hear Steve, you got to go to YouTube for the hour. I'm taking a break between 12 and 1, but I don't see that Steve has taken over. Let me just see if something's. Oh, he crashed. Okay, his system crashed. So I'll keep going. His system crashed. That's what he's letting me know. So I'll keep going until he gets back in. We were just talking about Warby, okay, and how he likes it. So if he likes it, I like it. And this is on the 10 SMA. Here's another one showing up. ABSI, another is it? Yeah, another earnings play, guys. I mean, there's your theme: obscure stocks releasing earnings, jumping 40%. There you go. Pac B's trying to come back a bit again, bouncing off the bottom here. There's a new one, I think. Capri, CAPR. Another earnings play. 23 million in the float. Another earnings play, though. I mean, gosh, how many? It's going to be interesting to see what sort of action we get from the racers next week when we do not have as many earnings plays. Give me a moment, guys. I think you're back, Steve.
hello. Yeah, I'm going to not launch. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I have an issue. I've been waiting till the weekend to solve. I've got to basically clear my cache out of my Opera browser, and I'm just not in the mood to take that on right now. So I'm not going to launch my Opera browser. I'm just going to run directly from this site. But I don't want to bore you with the details. I'm back.
Okay.
But
Opera.
I was just,
Opera.
yeah.
You're using Opera. Wow. Okay.
No, no, I love Opera. It's a browser. It's
Oh,
ad
I know,
free.
I know, I know
Yeah.
Opera very well,
But
but I'm
before I crash, I was just letting you know that I'm just running races off of short floats today, and there's been a lot of significant names on there. I've lost my races, as you can see, of course, because I had to
yes.
reboot. But that's what I'm looking at today. So sorry for the hassle there, Barry.
That's okay. I'll let you
I
go
have the
now, or at least I'll
developers
go
meeting
now.
2, so I'll need to leave at 5 till, I think.
5-2. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll make sure I'm back at 5-2. Okay.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
Hey, everybody. Let me get upset. Let me get set up here. One sec. There we go. Let me mute myself. All right. I can see the questions. Look left, Aja, Mike C, Iris. Hello. I'm back. Let me just do something here real quick. One moment.
Hey, Barry, you in here? Testing 1, 2. Can you guys hear me? Let me know, guys, in the chat if you can hear me. Okay, good. Hey, Perfect Circle. Hey, guys. Hi, Iris. Welcome. Oh, good, good. Yeah, Steve's having some computer issues. He's has for a while, but he said yesterday was fine, but today not so much. Great, great. I'm glad we got a connection here. Market is tired. Looks like to me. Sold a lot of stuff today. Jumped in a hedge in TZA at 27.97 to kind of offset my positions. But hey, Jim. Hi, Peter, Jacques. Hey, everybody. A good crowd. Good crowd. All right. For those you who may be in here for the first time, maybe you're coming in here for the test drive, checking it out. This is our support webinar. Uh, we'll be doing these every day in the for the test drives. It's a great place to come to ask questions. Uh, show you how to build things, configure Windows, talk about the AI, anything you want to talk about. Really, we'll definitely talk about the races, but yeah, this is going to be the place. All right, let's talk about the market a little bit here. Spies, Barry's wow scream. I always got to check on a wow. Let's see. Yeah, nice volume bar coming in. A little too extended for me though. I'd like to catch that about right there. But Spies is getting a little bit long in the tooth, and I think you're just seeing some selling come in, today. Thought we may get a little higher push maybe to this trend line, this downward sloping trend line, but that's still a long ways away. We could back up for a day or two, see what happens. IWM is a little bit closer, and that's what I kind of chose. You can see there. Here is the trend line. If I back out, no, I'm sorry, it's not the trend line for the IWM. It's already broken its trend line and had a really nice move. Overextended and you running right smack into the 200. That's why I took a position in TZA, not so much to get short the market, but to definitely hedge my remaining positions. Yeah, Peter, it's the market. I mean, a lot of people say, "Well, why isn't this working today?" Well, that's why we always say you got to play the market first. Okay, the market had a good push for about 45 minutes, then it got tired, went to lows, and quite possibly could fill the gap coming up here. And yeah, a lot of my stocks were looking good. This hood was looking beautiful this morning. I did sell some of that. Sold about a third of my position as it got up here next to this uh, resistance. Okay, looks like Steve might want to try again. I'm gonna tell him we could just switch.
I'm gonna try again.
Are you sure you want to try it, or do you want to just make sure it's working and we switch and you do tomorrow? I mean, whatever you want to do. I mean, we can try again.
1 second, I was getting a double. I'd hate to try it a third time and freeze again. So maybe I should take your slot tomorrow.
Yeah, why
And
don't
I'll
we
try and fix it tonight.
That'll be fine. Yeah,
That
yeah.
sounds
Because
good.
last thing you want to do is get in here and start fumbling around and lose them again. So,
Yep, I agree. All right.
all right,
Thank
buddy.
you.
Uh
See
huh. Bye bye. Do you and Steve trade similarly? Yeah, we kind of a lot of times look for the same setups. I think what you'll find a different in my style and Steve's style is I will take numerous positions. I mean, I'm actually in all these positions plus a few more. Uh, a few more of my stocks that I don't even have on my screen. It's kind of sometimes out of sight, out of mind is a good concept to have if you're a swing trader. So a couple of positions I have is uh, Snap. I bought at 950 because I just wanted to take a position in this. This was back over here. I said, you know what? Seeing a lot of these tech stocks bounce. This has really been beaten up. I think a lot of the damage has been done and probably factored into the price. I did not want to sit here and watch it and get wiggled and jiggled out, so I bought uh, a position at 950 and I put a stop in at a dollar below at 850, and I don't even watch it and see what happens here. Uh, Pins is another one that I'm in. Don't like the action today in pins. I did sell a tiny bit. I think it was a third of my position this morning as it got up here near this level. Even though I wasn't watching it, I couldn't help but pull it up. But it's one that, yeah, I got to stop below this level here. I think at 2174, something like that, on my remaining position. Don't care for that candle today. But to get back to your question, yeah, Steve won't take this many positions. He'll take maybe three or four, sometimes five or six. But uh, I will load up sometimes. CD. I called this one in the eye. I like the way this one's holding up. This is I called this one in the eye yesterday around 723, I believe. Uh, like that one. Another one that was called in the eye was Yum C. Not caring for the action today, but it was like called around 48, 25 or something like that. Okay, let me go back to my StreamYard here. Steve must have messed it up here. Okay, Steve got it. Yeah, I had done that earlier, Steve. I guess when you came back in, it moved it back. Uh, but yeah, today I did a lot of selling. Actually got off some Netflix above 250 there. I've been in that one since 226. You can see the mark there. But I like the way getting back to the CD. I did sell half my position this morning because I had a nice little move, but I'm liking the way this one's holding up. Vips, not so much. Vips, I'm in. I'm barely underwater. You can see there, but did not liking the action. I did call this in the eye just because I like the $10 level. It's been fighting to get above it, and it was showing some really good relative strength as opposed to the other China markets, the other K-Web. You'd seen a nice little sell-off in K-Web, but the VIPS was holding up really good. But I tell you what, this stock, if it doesn't bounce, it's going to go on the do not trade list because I like to trade relative strength a lot of times and look for these setups. And yeah, if you see that kind of action, yeah, it can be very frustrating, and it's kind of no rhyme or reason in this action. So if I can't figure it out, I just won't trade it anymore. Lithium's been one of my better trades in it from 2641, and I have I believe a third of that position left. DQ's been a really nice one. This was dropped in the eye back around 64 something. My price is 64.05. I think I dropped them dropped it in there about the same time. So that was a nice little move there. Liking that. Chinese solar play. JKS is another one that I'm in at a good price. You can see this one at 60, so up $7 in that one. But uh, that's kind of what I look for. I'm not one. I don't really chase a whole lot, guys. I like to look for setups, like this. Uh, Nog looking good, Peter. Yeah, not bad, not bad. Let me move this out of the way and looky here. You got, the oil, the energy sector is doing well. This is a gas play, and it's kind of looking much similar to that UNG chart. So it makes sense that NOG is doing pretty good. BTU is one that's really surprised me lately. It really hasn't. It's done better the last few days, but really sold off pretty hard after earnings. Yeah, VIPs may be done. If it goes to lows, I'll probably get out of this thing. Sol's one to keep an eye out for. This has been one of my most uh, profitable trading stocks over the last couple of weeks. Really nice move from here, and I bought it yesterday at 709, and looks like I basically came down. I did not sell any of this, so I'm in flat. But I only had a half a position, so really I didn't feel like there was enough movement for me to take profits when I only have a half a position. But this is one you might want to put an alert down if it comes down to this 10 period moving average. You might be an opportunity there. And SOL definitely been a nice performing stock over the last 3 weeks. All right, let me see what's happening in the big cap races over here. This one, yeah, I was looking at that right here, holding up very well. But like I said, I'm not really a chaser. But boy, that was looking like a good scalp maybe. And the reason is because you look on the daily, and if you go back here and you look at this high, it is 2164. So it really hasn't hit this high yet. So you always hear me talk about how stocks have a tendency to fulfill their destiny. Well, looks like it wants to go challenge that high going back over there. So maybe another 20 cents. If it gets through that, really, I don't see anything for another, 2 or 3 points in this thing. Speaking of I did call this Lee out. It's one I'm in, and I stuck it in the eye this morning just because uh, Neo was having a real good day. China was doing very well, China market, and it looked like it wanted to pop above this 10 period moving average. It's okay. It's just I think it was called at 32.12 or 13, but another one to keep an eye out. I think if it gets through that 10 period moving average and can break this kind of trend line here. Actually, it looks like that's probably let me do it this way. Yeah, that's just not good. So okay, I do not use the races as I am a swing trader. Am I missing out on the Lonesome Dove? Oh, by the way, great book and a great mini series, probably the greatest mini series ever. Uh, what a cast. Uh, yeah, you know what? I will put I have it uh in the docking channel. And if you really don't care that much about the races for swing trading, I definitely understand that. But if you do go to the docked channel bar and you go to the trader's eye, this is where I drop my curated swing calls. Uh, and I also have some races in here that will kind of, uh, I can see if you're looking to take a position. So in other words, if you have a big list for today, kind of like I do, a lot of times I may have 15 to 20 stocks in there. I think the races can be good at the first 30 minutes of the day to see which ones are kind of on the move during a certain time frame. Uh, Neo jumping out to a little bit of a lead there, but just like everything, selling off with the market. But that's a nice looking daily chart. This is something that I might be interested in on this pullback, picking up some Neo. Snap already said I'm kind of in that little bounce there. But I hear you. I mean, I'd like to do the races. What I'll do every now and then is kind of maybe during the first couple hours of the day, I got an idea of what I'm going to call, or what my swing trades are going to be, and then sometimes I'll go over to the races like Barry Run and see if there's any opportunity on some big volume plays. Yeah, because you can definitely make some good money, playing those. Momentum plays, and the races are catching them so much better than uh, an alert window will, or especially a top list. So see if the market's trying to get a little bounce in here. And Vips, if you can regain this $10 level and start moving higher from there, I will forgive you. Lithium still hanging very tough. It looks like this thing may want to go test 30 uh, in the next day or two. That's strong. When you have a pullback in the market like this, and this one is holding up very well. Take a look at LAC. Yeah, it's not bad. Peter, the trader's eye. Yeah, I just explained to it what it is. I call. I'll make a list every night, and it's my swing trading watch list, and I will drop it into a what's called a global symbol list. So when I drop it in there, everybody has access to that. And where you can find it is in the dock channel bar, and just go find the little big eyeball there where it says TI Trader's Eye, and then uh, you will see. Uh, Now, what you want to do if you are going to follow these calls is you want to have this up in real time, because you can see as I just open this doc, it's only going to report the ones I called from my global list when it makes a 5-minute high from the time you open it. You're not going to see the time in here. There's really no other way for us to do this because we're using our technology, and you have to have your window open. That's okay. All you got to do, if you want to just grab it, just go in here and go to just duplicate the window, and you can just into a free floating window, and now you can just put it to your make it part of your default layout. So, and then that way, and you can do the same thing if you want to see the swing trade watcher, because I won't catch everything in this. There'll be a lot of good stuff in there, and you can just obviously trade it on your own if you like. uh, but the calls I make will populate in the swing trade ideas in real time. So or I say when they hit a 5-minute high. So keep that, you know, keep that in your default layout. It's probably the best thing to do so you don't have to pull up this dock every day. Now, if you want to pull up the dock, that's fine. It's just, I may only make 1 or 2 calls a day, so you may want to be looking for other stuff as well. So I would just recommend maybe just pulling up the window. But maybe fun to watch in the morning if you are a swing trader, because like I said, there are going to be some some decent setups in the swing trade watcher. Boy, Steve got me today. Didn't have any water with me. So there you go, Peter. Just pop it out, and then you can save it to the cloud. So you can just have this window, and then you could migrate it into your default layout.
Hey, Andy.
Yeah.
Hey.
What's happening, Barry?
Listen, hi. I know you're subbing for Steve because of his problems, but do you
Yeah.
have to be somewhere?
No. I
You're
was,
sure?
positive.
Because I'm
Positive.
back if you have to go
No,
somewhere. Okay.
no, go play with your dog, man. It's
Okay.
yeah.
I will.
There
Okay.
you go. All
I'll,
right, Barry.
I'll
Take care,
I'll
man.
mute myself again.
There you go. Bye bye. Thank you, though. All right. Keep an eye on this SOS. I had a really, really nice trade on it on this day, and I did have a small position left. And anyway, it's starting to shape up again. So if this thing can get through this, now it's a very low floater, 537. But if it get, you've had a couple of really, really good volume days. Let me pull up my Epic pen. I mean, you had really nice volume coming in here, and then it kind of went sideways. That's when I started buying it around the first time. This is basically re-entries from the other day, but around 565, I think was my average price. Had a great move there, sold most of it, kept a little bit, and then now it's starting to kind of pinch and form another wedge. And you had a nice volume here, so if volume comes into this thing and it breaks out above this high from the day, keep an eye on that. And spies are digging in and getting a bounce. See if that lithium's getting ready to go to highs, close to it. Yeah, this Phipps. Afraid I'm gonna have to cut this probably. I'm not gonna give up on it for sure, but just not showing me much today. Just sad because, like I said, it was holding up very well. Nice day in Noah. All right. Like I said, spies are getting a bounce, but they're running right into their 15 period moving average here. Let's see if they can get through that. Typically on a day like today, I'm not looking to take a whole lot of new positions. Like I said, spies had a really nice move from this level back here. I mean, all the way up here. Big move in what was, let's face it, a bear market. So I just feel like we're tired now. We could do anything, I guess. We can go back to highs. We can go back to lows, or we could just kind of doji, which could a lot of times after a big run like this, you get a nice little doji and then see what tomorrow brings. Uh, but yeah, personally, I'm taking positions here, maybe here, pull back and then a gap up there, sideways action. Actually was in quite a bit right here and got a lucky gap up. But yeah, I like I said, I was looking to sell. This is my style. You can see the positions I had. I came in with all these positions except for VIPs I bought today. Uh, but yeah, personally, I was looking to take profits today. Put alert in this thing so it doesn't sneak up on me and hurt me. Not that it would hurt me that much, but yeah, if it can't hold that low, I see no reason to be in this one because I got a full size. Actually, actually, I'm sorry. I took my first position yesterday around 10. Then I bought some more on a pullback today around 10. You can see there, 10:02 is my average, and so when I get a full position like this, I get into that attitude. Hey, if it doesn't do what I expect it to do, I'm going to be out quick. I'm not going to let this thing bleed down here to these moving averages around 960. I could do that if only at half size, but since I kind of doubled up, uh, I'll cut it quick. Well, that was a nice looking setup there. And yep, that ENVX should have bought that for a scalp when I saw it. All right, guys. If you guys have any questions about the software, this is the place to answer them. Ask them and hopefully get them answered. Or if you have any stocks, any ideas you want to talk about, we can do that too. Take a look at Barry's. Well, that looks pretty good. It's a $1 stock. I'm always careful with those. They kill me all the time. I don't play them that often, but relative volume. If the relative volume there and the chart patterns there, you got relative volume of 18. This was from Barry's watch list, CYCC. Uh, kind of nice little, just a rounding horseshoe, we call that. And thing I don't like is this right here. You think that should have worked and played out, and it didn't because that was a horseshoe, obviously right there as well, and it went to highs and got slammed down real quick. So that would keep me from getting too aggressive on this one. And we talk about that 15 period moving average a lot here at Trade Ideas, and right now we got slammed into it. Uh, you know, if you're really bullish, should have held right there and moved higher. It broke through, and now it went up and hit it, and maybe it gets through after a couple of tries, but so far, no cookies. Let's check out the option volume stocks from Barries. Watch us. Wow, a lot of options today. Now, a lot of stuff got slammed back down. There's the one that's we just went to highs. A little extended for me, but let's look left, see what we got. Oh, yeah, they want to go to that 320 level, 325. See how all the ones in the early morning kind of fell really quickly. That one had another move to it though. Not bingo. DNA, yeah. Ooh. That ABEO I noticed earlier. It's doing some volume. I set an alert in it just then. If that daily looked better, I may take a chance on that thing. I'll set alert up here at 474. See, maybe the next couple of days it doesn't get through there. Teddy, yeah, a lot of times I will definitely check out monthlies, and that's a great idea, especially if you're going to be swing trading if you're looking at monthlies. But yeah, I will look at a lot of times on multiple time frames if I need to. If I'm uh, you know, obviously the daily is going to take precedence over weeklies and monthlies because I'm looking for, levels, that key levels, pivot levels, breakout ranges. I'm going to find more of those on the daily, but no, I will typically go to weeklies more than monthly. Monthly is just kind of an overall, you know, 30,000 foot view of what's going on. If you're a real slow, that's more for investing, in my opinion. But I'll definitely look at weeklies, quite a bit if I need to. But my style of swing trading is, I look at a setup. Lithium is a great example. Uh, Trying to go to highs here, and I mentioned this in our webinar on Tuesday. Uh, that keep an eye on this one because this was exhibiting a relative strength. You had a little 2-day pullback in the spies and Qs, but this lithium after earnings, after selling off on earnings, had come back and it was exhibiting relative strength. I always love that pattern, and not only that, you had a nice little pivot level here on the daily, kind of right there. You had a gap, and then you had a couple of highs right here. So uh, to me, that was very strong. I got the gap up I wanted. I think I sold half yesterday, right? Because I had a decent size. I had a half yesterday, and then I sold another. Uh, you know what? I do have a quarter left because I sold a quarter today, but that's okay. This is my last quarter. What I'll do is I'll let that work for me. If it could even turn into, I hate to use the word investment, but a very, very long swing trade. Uh, if this is, a turnaround pattern, it's not, it's really not far from all-time highs, which is right over here. So, uh, yeah, that's one that I'm definitely, and sometimes I could kick myself. Now, if we're in a kind of a raging bull market, and we're really not right now, even though the price action has definitely been more bullish over the last 3 weeks. We're still kind of in a downtrend in the overall uh, view of maybe going back to the first of the year. Uh, so I definitely want to scalp out, part of my position when I get a move, because nothing's worse than, having everything reverse on you, which, could have happened today. It's not, had great profits this morning. I mean, gosh, the last thing you want to do is wait, let everything, let us fill the gap totally, which we could have done. We're trying to dig in now, uh, uh, but getting back to my point, if I would probably hold on to more of this, more size if we're in that market I just talked about. As speaking of which, lithium just went to highs. Keep calling it lithium. It's actually Livent. Okay, the spies making another attempt on that 15 period moving average. So put a little alert here. If we can pop above this level right here, we may be back in business for the longs. But boy, it sure feels like it could be a doji day to me. So the reason I took a position the other day, like I said, at 709, is because if you look at this thing, it's been so strong that it will not even let it pull back to the 10 period moving average. Got close there then yesterday. So this one is really moving higher. You see these fanning out moving average. That's like I said, denotes a lot of strength there in this pattern. Uh, that I can't even get a pullback to that, because I'd love to get a pullback to this level to add my other half and have a full position. But sometimes you cannot get those on the really strong stocks. And let's zoom out to the daily, and really above this level. Let's go ahead and give you a good picture here. All right, so we have a high going back over here at 717, which is kind of where we're at now. We're coming back to these highs over here. You do have one over here around 732, which it's been above that a couple of times. I can definitely see this, going to this level right here, 845, another buck 35 cents higher. And who knows, maybe this thing could even get back there. But uh, definitely like the relative strength in this thing compared to the other China solar stocks over the last 3 weeks. So, and I've been in this thing from since right around here. Now, what I've done is I typically, what I'll do is keep a core position and scalp bigger size in between and maintain that core position. That's a method for me that's works really well. That way you're not kicking yourself if you get out of, a lot of times what you say is, gosh, it's been a 20% run. I'm going to get out, and buy it back cheaper. Well, sometimes if they're very strong, like this SOL, you may not get a chance to buy it back cheaper. That's why I think it's always wise, if you really love a pattern in a stock, maintain a core position and then trade size around it. Uh, yeah, I think when Barry comes back, ask him. The way I do it, if I know a price, if I know uh, I don't trade IPOs on the first day, and usually not even the first week. But if I am going to look at one, I'll put a price alert in there. Uh, I think we're working on something in Market Explorer. Uh, Market Explorer, I don't think it's in there now. So keep an eye on Market Explorer. I think we're going to build something in there for IPOs. I heard just a couple of days ago. So there's your Market Explorer window. Let me take a look and see if anything's in there right now. It may not be in this version yet. No, I'm not seeing it in here yet. But keep an eye on this. And like I say, Barry may know how to build something like a top list, but I don't think you're going to be able to do it with filters alone. It's going to have to be some sort of uh, alerting system. In other words, an alert that lets you know it's open. But I really believe we're going to build something. I heard it the other day. I think it's going to be in Market Explorer.
Andy,
Barry, how are you,
here.
buddy?
I'm good. How are you
All
doing?
right, doing good, doing good. It's been a good couple of weeks, man. So I'm
Oh
no
man, no
complaints
kidding.
here. Yeah,
No kidding.
yeah.
I'm interested to see what happens next week because again, we had 1,000 companies releasing earnings this week. We have 100 next week, and we're getting
Oh
all
boy.
these small little guys that are just
Uh-huh.
releasing earnings and having these huge 50, 100% moves. I don't know what's going to happen next week, obviously, but wow, take
I
advantage of
know.
it.
I
Tomorrow's
know.
the last
You're
day.
right. You're right. And you know as well as I do, we've seen these things come and go in the past, and when they go, it's time to dig around and see what else you can find.
Exactly.
uh,
So
but
I
no,
can help that
go ahead.
gentleman, by the way, talking about IPOs.
Yeah, thank you.
It's not a top list as such, but you know what I do, and
Mhm.
I will explain it to Lex. And I think it's actually, to be honest, I think it's a better way to track IPOs than having some kind of an alerting system, in my opinion, anyway.
Okay.
So I will explain that to Lex, and
Okay. Did I
you
hear
can go
something
now if you want.
did I hear something the other day that we're actually building something in the
I
Market
never heard
Explorer?
that.
Okay,
I never
well,
heard that.
I'll ask
I mean,
around. I'll ask the traders. Yeah.
we've got some IPO stuff there, but it's not an alert when an IPO happens. But we can
Right.
track IPOs once they're open, etc. But yeah, not an. I'd never heard that regarding Market Explorer, but I may be wrong.
Okay. Okay. Well, I'll ask the traders and yeah, Barry. I figured you would know, but I don't trade IPOs, so I figured you're the best man to ask for that. So,
All right.
all right, Barry. Well, thank you, buddy, and have a good one.
You too. Have a great week. Oh no,
Uh,
I'm a day ahead of myself. It's only
okay.
Thursday. Okay. We'll see you
Well,
later.
hey,
I'll
got
start.
one more day of trading, huh?
Yeah, I know.
All
Okay.
right, buddy. See you.
Bye. Okay, guys. I'm back in both rooms now. Just give me a moment as I get rid of my message and turn down my music just a little bit. Okay, Lex, are you still listening? Lex had a question about IPOs, etc. Okay. So Lex, this is what I do, okay? And I truly believe it's a better way to do it than having some kind of an alerting system, when the when the IPO happens. Now, if you can see my screen, one of the quirks about our halts resumes is that probably 90% of the IPOs will show up here as a resume, okay? No guarantee, of course, but look at TGL this morning. TGL, where are you? TGL at 10:45. Okay, it showed up as a resume. Okay, so sometimes that's going to happen. Uh, Again, I'm going to say about 90% of the time, an IPO will show up here as a resume. However, this is what I do. Just give me a moment as I'm just I'm just in a trade right now. I just have to see if I'm going to get out of it. So just give me one moment, Lex. Okay. Okay, I took myself out of the FPay, may just a little bit, okay? Just a little bit. I just wanted to get rid of that. And I'm still in that Warby. And by the way, Blue Collar, you are absolutely right. I didn't even realize that the 200-day or the VWAP was at 200 or at 16.99. I'm still in this one. I got in the mid 1680s. And so we'll see. I mean, if it gets back down into the 1680s, I'll take myself out. So that's the only trade I'm in right now. And I did trade that TGL, that IPO. I said if it took out the high of the day, I would be very interested. I actually got in a little bit earlier after that first halt, and then it tore through that high of the day of 920, got all the way up to 1360. I'd love to say I got out right at 1360, but of course that did not happen. But anyway, still kind of interested in if it takes out 10. Okay, Lex, back to you. So I just want to make sure you can see my screen and you can hear me. Just a couple of yeses to let me know before I start rambling on. And I know there's a slight delay in YouTube in terms of what you hear. Okay. Okay. So this is what I do. Just give me a moment. And I'll give you the link that I use. Okay, so I'm going to put it in all the rooms in case anybody else wants to do the same thing that I do regarding IPOs. All right, so this is what I use. This is the IPOscoop.com. Okay, I mean there are other websites out there that will show you IPOs, but you can see TGL right there. So this is what I do. So for next week, I'm going to click on the IPO excuse me, the IPO calendar, and this is going to show me the IPOs. Well, in fact, this might be one today also. What are we, the 11th? Yeah. I'm going to, well, watch what I'm going to do with NCRA. I don't think it's opened. Let me make sure it hasn't opened. NCRA. Okay, so this is see, sometimes, is this a pink sheet stock? I wish this didn't happen. No, maybe it did open. Maybe it did open earlier, but it doesn't look like it did. It's a bad example, okay? Let me do another one. So for next week, see next week, we've got some IPOs coming up. So here's one, BIAF, 1.3 million shares and suggested IPO price of 613, okay? So this is what I do. I'm going to type in BIAF into the chart. Hopefully this is not trading as that symbol right now. Okay, good. Now I'm going to create a price alert. I'm going to create a price alert, right click, create a price alert, and I'm going to put a price alert of 1. Now this is why I like to do it the way I do it, because it's all well and good to have some kind of an alerting system that's going to show you about the IPO when the IPO starts. But more importantly to me, I want to see the structure. I mean, why does TGL do what it's doing? Because it only had 2 million shares. The IPO price was 4. It's going to be, it could go crazy. I mean, that's what's happened with some of these very low number shares and low IPO price stocks. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to put 1.3 million right here in the notes section, 1.3 million. And I'm going to put 6. Okay, that's the price. And sometimes I will even put who's behind it. Sometimes it does make a difference. I don't know these guys, so I probably won't do it. But if it's Maxim or Think Equity, these guys seem to, specialize in this. And now I just save it. So when BIAF starts to trade, if in fact it does start to trade on, well, you see, this one says day to day. So it could be tomorrow. It could be tomorrow. But now the reason I don't do the acquisition one, this is a SPAC, so I don't care about SPACs. That's just my personal preference. So this says day to day. So in theory, it could be tomorrow. It could be next week. We don't know. CHG, I have already done. See, if you can see my price alerts window, CHG, I already have input that one. Okay. The next one for next week, I've already got the FRZA also. This one, okay. Now EF Hutton were the guys behind TGL. So GRFX. I don't think I have that. Yeah, I do. See, I've got GRFX also already done. I must have done this ahead of time. Okay. Lucy, have I got Lucy? Lucy seems familiar, but okay, I don't have Lucy. So Lucy, I mean, look how crazy this one could be. Oh, I've got it. I've got it here in my price alerts window. So I've already done these. This one I'm sure I don't have. PXMD. So I'm going to type in PXMD. PXMD. Okay, and it should, now it's not trading at all. Good. And the reason I say that, sometimes it's a pink sheet stock that's getting uplisted, but now I'm just going to create my price alert. I'm going to put a 1. And again, the notes. So I want to know what the structure is. 1.6 million at 450 is ridiculously low, but that's why we can get these silly moves. Okay, save it. And then the other one, Reborn Coffee. Really? Another one by EF Hutton. That's on the 5th. That's next week. Actually, this one could be tomorrow. PXMD. So that one is next week. REBN. And I'm going to do the same thing. Right click, create a price alert at 1. Get the structure in 1.2 million at 5. So, and the reason I do the structure is because let's just say REBN does start trading and it's supposed to be on Monday. I'm going to get the price alert. I'm going to see what the structure was. If it is trading well below 5, it's not that interesting, is it? I mean, that means there's not the enthusiasm. Okay. Look at the TGL. The suggested IPO price was 4. This opened at 6 something. That means there's enthusiasm. That's why I love doing it this way, because instead of just having a simple alert telling me it's an IPO, I want to know more about it. So does that make sense? Because even if we had some way of identifying an IPO when it starts to trade, I wouldn't do it. So you can take some time on the weekend, just click on the IPO calendar, and on the weekend, because there'll probably be some coming in, maybe if you check on Saturday, we might have some more for next week. And, spend, I don't know, 5 minutes creating these price alerts, and then you're set to go. When it starts to trade, because it's in your price alerts window, even if you have your price alerts window minimized, the price alerts window will pop up on your screen. And if you don't have it minimized, you could put a sound alert on it so that you'll hear, that unique sound that something's happening in your price alerts window. And also, sort on the triggered time column, make sure it's at the top, right at the top here. So you'll see the last one triggering. Okay. Well, typically you can tell because of the price. Okay. If it's a $10 IPO, you can almost rest assured it's a price. It's a price. It's a SPAC. But there is another way in which you can do it. Because, if you want to get into more detail about it, let me just show you the IPO calendar again. So you want to get in more detail about it, you can always click to see what it's about. So the minute I see 10 and I see a U there, and it says acquisition corporate, that absolutely tells me it's a SPAC. Okay. Typically, it'll probably say something like acquisition in here. That means it's a SPAC. But if it didn't and I saw 10, then I would click on it and just see, there it is. I mean, this is a new SPAC. It would tell me what it's all about. And if it was a SPAC, it would tell me. So that's another way also, guys. I mean, you can click to find out, well, what is this all about? What is this NCR? This is not you see, this is not an IPO. This is an uplisting from the OTC pink sheets. That's why when I typed in whatever that symbol is, it was showing was trading already. Okay, so I typically don't care about the ones that are doing the uplistings. Okay. Oh, well, that's me. I mean, if you want to put the uplistings in, that's fine. But I typically just want to see these crazy low. Well, with the structure being low float and low price. I want to see what they do. I don't typically trade. I don't want to see BCAB. You're making me look. Yeah. Okay, so Anil, are you new to trading though also? You're saying I need help to pick stocks. Well, right here. Right here. Okay. You want to see stocks for day trading? In this okay, well, I would take a look at this scan right here. This is a great day trading scan based on the races. Okay, I'm sharing it and you can take a look at it. But we don't teach how to day trade, okay? But if you're looking for something that will probably, when I say get you started, at least get you focused on stocks that are moving, which is typically that's what you want for a day trading stock. This is about as good as you're going to get. So if you go to my homepage and you click on the homepage link, And when you click on my homepage link, when you click on it, you're going to see, all right, so you're going to see, well, obviously you've taken out a subscription, so that's fine. But go to my scan section, click here, and there it is, the race mode. You can also, I mean, there's another one that's an alert window. You can click on Momo. These two are going to give you, stocks that are really moving, and have lots of volume. So, for day traders, that's what you want. Of course, lots of volume. You want to be able to get in and out. You don't want to get stuck in something that doesn't trade. So the race mode, biggest gainers from the open, and momentum. Those are two scans you can take a look at. Now, how you trade them is up to you. Of course, it's not, as you know, nothing is bulletproof. So just because you get an alert doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade. You say you've got some trading you've got a trading background, or you've got some trading knowledge. Well, then, when you click on an alert, I'm assuming that okay, is this a good pattern that I want to trade from? If it's near the high of the day, if I look left on a daily or a weekly or a monthly chart, where am I going to see the next high? Is it far enough away? Could it keep going? Is it near the 200-day moving average? Is it near the VWAP? So, those are all sorts of things that you can size up pretty quickly, when you click on the alert. Now, if you let me just, now, did you at least take the let's get started, Anil, okay? Again, from my homepage, if you clicked on my homepage link, did you at least do this? Let's get started. I mean, it sounds like you don't have to do them all, but you've probably already gone through the download and installation and maybe your first startup and login. But you should know, what alert windows are and top list windows are, and about the stock racing. So again, from my homepage, if you click on the education section, click here, and then click on the guide, the user guide. At the very least, you should have done the getting started. You should at least know what an alert window is, what a top list window is, and then what the stock racing is all about. That's what I concentrate on. Okay? If you haven't done that, I would really recommend you do that first. It's a software program, it's like any other software program. It does require, you're going to have to do some reading. Boy, that Warby is just hanging around that VWAP. I thought maybe this was it. I thought maybe that was it. Right here, just poked its head above 17. I have an alert set somewhere. Maybe it triggered it, but it didn't take. I'm still in this trade, but just waiting to see if it can have a big break. There's the VWAP at 16.99. Any chance, Bob W? Any chance? Yeah, there is a chance, but I have no idea when or if. Sorry. I mean, it's not that we don't want to, but it's it's a difficult API, I guess, and well, Anil, if you have not downloaded the program, yeah, you should probably go over there. There are 10 videos, but I mean, if you've already downloaded the program, you can probably, skip some of them. But I would really take a look at the stock racing. This is such a key scan now. Okay. And when if you go to the guide, click on the TI stock races so you have an understanding about what the stock races are all about. There's a couple of videos in there, and there's text explanation. And I know, Zach, you probably had a field day today shorting some of these tops. Yeah, guys, I mean, if this TGL takes up that high at some point, I almost guarantee, gosh, no, should not say it like that. This could get it really rocking again. I know why you're sticking that alert up here too, though, 11:31-ish. I'm looking for a way to get back in this. Okay, so all that means is, okay, and this means you can't use this window called Brokers Plus. We're a scanner. It doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. It just means you don't have access to this window called Brokers Plus in order to trade from within. That's all it means. I don't even use it. Okay. I demonstrate its use as a simulator, but when I'm trading my interactive brokers account, I'm trading from within IB. Okay. The reason I don't, because demonstrating its use as a simulator, I'm not going to try to toggle back and forth, and because based on what I'm doing, I have to have total focus, right? So I'm not going to toggle back and forth between a live account and a simulation account, forgetting which one I'm in. Well, especially thinking I'm in a simulator and I'm in my live account and making mistakes all over the place. So, but again, we're a scanner, so it doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use trade ideas. Yeah, another one hitting the top of the leaderboard in the race. WVE. Look at this volume that came in also. And this is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Boy, I mean, this Warby, guys, I mean, look what it's doing. Look how well it's basing at that. A couple things that are happening. It's just, it is holding that 10 SMA, okay, on the 15-minute chart, holding the 10 SMA, and is just a little bit above the VWAP. You just see if it can catch a bid and get some volume, because remember what it did. It got up to 1854 before, so there's $1.50. I'm not saying it's going to get there, even if it starts moving, but I mean, there's your, that's what could happen. Right? You don't need premium for a broker connection anyway, Bob. Okay, but you can use standard, yes. Premium. The reason why why people usually want premium is to have access to the AI. It's got nothing to do really with Brokers Plus, unless you want to auto trade, which I completely am against. Okay, but premium is usually because people want to see what this is all about. This AI, which is having a great, it's had a great 2 days. Sorry, do I have a trading presentation to show how to trade moment? No, no. I mean, momentum stocks, I mean, they're not everybody's cup of tea also, okay? I mean, I'm a momentum trader, but just because a stock is making a new high for the day doesn't mean I take the trade, obviously. But if let's just say a stock is sort of resting under the high of the day, and it's been resting, say, for, I don't know, 30 minutes, and then it pops through the high on some volume. And then when I look left, it's got, I see, look at Bonzo as an example. I mean, just use this as an example, BNSO. When I look left, the next high is 670. Now that's pretty far away. Give me a moment. Just give me one moment. Just give me one moment. On the TGL, guys, just give me a moment. Okay, guys, I have to concentrate on this TGL. Okay, I'm sorry, I have to concentrate. All right, so I got some. Wow, that spread has got crazy. So I've taken some out already. I have to concentrate on the TGL. I've not made any changes to my races, Teddy. No. Okay, I'm all out. Made a little bit. I was hoping it would really crash through there and maybe challenge that 1364, but didn't quite. I'll reset my alert up in this area, see if it takes that out later. Again, this is not for everybody, so that's why I wanted to just doing some of this completely on my own. So yes, Teddy, no, I have not made any changes to my races. No. Well, here's another one, guys. Another well, it has actually earnings on Monday. Not low float, 45 million. Not a low float, but wow, I mean, it's just unbelievable all these things that are happening through the 200-day moving average, GMDA through the 200-day moving average. Okay, guys, you know what? I'm all out of the WRBY. Kind of flat. I mean, it's just not wanting to. I'm going to put an alert for WRBY, maybe at around 1715 to see if it really, really wants to take it out. Okay. Oh, just give me a moment. Oh man, guys. I mean, I'm doing things that I don't normally do. I think you guys all know what I'm talking about, but things I just don't normally do, and that's why I absolutely cannot recommend what I'm doing. But I think Zach knows, and I think some of you guys know. Incroyable. Wow. Ooh. Okay, I have to put another alert. No, I still have that alert at the high of the day, 1362 for TGL. Yeah, the other thing too, and this is not a room in which myself or anybody else, I mean, Harris is giving you some really good advice, but I'm not going to say, yes, Snap is a good candidate for day trading, or no, it isn't, okay? I mean, the only thing I could say about Snap, oh, okay, Lex, are you still there in our YouTube room? Calling Lex in our YouTube room. Maybe Lex is not there anymore, but can you see how insanely important it is to know about the structure of the IPO? I mean, TGL, I mean, there's no way if this had, come up with 40 million shares at $10 or 12, there's no way, okay? But 2 million shares at $4, this is why this can happen. Really risky, okay? Really risky. But if you can handle the risk, if you're new to trading, I mean, I look, I'm in a trading room, lots of different trading styles. I can't not talk about something like this. If you're new to trading, though, I mean, it's very, very risky. But I mean, look what happens if it takes out that high, 1364. This is not China, though, is it? I don't think is it China? I don't think this is telling me where it's out of. I don't think it's a China stock. New York, thanks, Chris. Okay. If it's China, I mean, that makes it even more crazy sometimes. All right. Oh, look at Huma. Huma is back. Somebody. Oh, am I not? Just give me a moment here. I thought I heard a little ping. Okay, Brad. Brad, you're in here. Okay. You can just see that you're checking in. Look at Huma, guys. So Huma, it held that 10 SMA. Remember I was talking about this HUMA holding the 10 SMA on the 15-minute chart. Look how it held it and it kind of bounced off it. And that is from about 390. Now it's at 417 as an example. Now I have to remember to have set my Warby alert up here. Yes, I want to set it at around 1715. I want, get away from this 1718 for Warby, WRBY. See if it takes that out later on, clearing that 200 that VWAP by a big margin. A big margin. Let me get rid of some of these. A big margin, yes. QTRX. Let's take a look at QTRX. One of our YouTubers posted that one. QTRX. Yeah. Yeah. There you go. So you're new to trading. This is what we look for, really. I'm not saying you take the trade right now, but can you not see that on a daily chart, Had earnings, the earnings reaction was on the 9th. Okay. Big gap down on earnings. And now look left. There's the high of 1774. That's the next high looking left. A ton of room. Now, I'm not saying it's going to get back up to 1774, not what I'm saying at all. But when I trade anyway, I like to take one aspect of why a stock will not keep going higher out of the equation, meaning chart resistance. There's no chart resistance. Okay. Doesn't mean it's going to keep going higher, but at least you don't have to worry about chart resistance. So it's a Malaysia-based commerce. Okay. It's Malaysia-based. All right. Thank you, Jordan. REVB patent. Let's take a look at REVB. Oh, okay. Sub $1. Just don't look at those very often, other than when Zach posts something. Oh, that was you, Brad. That's okay. The other Brad. That's okay. Yeah, I mean, I've had now, this is about the third version of on a development build in 3 days. So hopefully this is going to be the one that they're going to put on the homepage. There will definitely be an update from that production version. It'll be the latest version that you want to download. Well, and I would say it's going to be. I would hope that it could be even sometime today. Maybe I would hope sometime during the day tomorrow, not after hours. I would hope. In fact, today's Thursday, so there was a marketing meeting at 2 o'clock. Sure, we'll have a decision, and I'll pass that on to everybody, especially if you're going to take the test drive. So you can download the program. Give it about an hour after the market closes on Friday, and maybe 4:05, but give it an hour just to be sure. Oof, what a day. All right, now I'm just going through this top 10 list to see if there's anything interesting happening. Haven't seen Veru for a while. Okay, so you can see what you can do with Veru. So again, this is the beauty of the racing. It creates an automatic top 10 list for you to watch, a watch list for the day. So look at Veru here. Look how it's basing just at $16, okay? Stick an alert. Stick a price alert just over 16, say 16.16, see if it breaks through 16. If it doesn't mean you absolutely take the trade, but that might get it going, especially if you get some volume coming in. Conversely, you might want to stick another alert underneath it at 15.56. You can kind of see if it broke down there, that might give you a short. Now, you'll definitely be able to do it, Jim. Practice with TI over the weekend, definitely. The 100% there'll be a version that they'll have, and that should yeah, grab the tab. Oh well. How many are is ungodly? How many? Okay, guys, WRBY, WRBY. I know I'm fixated on it. And there's WVE. Zach was calling that one out a lot earlier. Look at this thing go. Another earnings play. Little earnings play. 3 months from now, we'll be able to do all this again, with these sort of stocks. But ooh, look at TGL. And this is not a low float, 73 million, if that's correct. I mean, we're starting to see some of these huge moves on stocks with, what I would call certainly not low floats. Okay, let's see. SIGA, another new all-time high for SIGA, SIGA. I haven't heard too much about monkeypox, but there's your monkeypox play. Well, plus earnings, James. I mean, most of these big moves are earnings plays, that I'm seeing anyway. Most of them are earnings plays. I mean, there's just so many of them. Look at the basing for both Viru and Warby, VERU. Look at the basing, guys. I mean, there's no way this is going to stay here. It's going to move one way or the other. Which way, we don't know yet, but well, you can just see, though. I mean, what did it get up to? It got up to 18 something? 17, sorry, $18 basically, 17.99. So at the beginning, it was a disaster earnings play, and then they decided, you know what? Let's release our COVID information. Without that, the stock is tanking, VREU, because it was horrible. Earnings guidance and all that. I would say, James, certainly that's true, but I would say that a lot of these stocks that we're looking at that are earnings plays, and I call them third and fourth tier. These are not the big guys. These are stocks that 99% of the people have never even heard of. Okay. DMS. Who's heard of DMS? I mean, I know most people have never heard of DMS. So August 9th after hours. So on the 10th, it was an earnings play. It sort of had a delayed reaction. Most of these stocks that are moving don't really care about what the market's doing. Now, if you're talking, Facebook, well, Meta, Microsoft, the big guys, sure. But most of these third and fourth tier companies, as I refer to them, they don't care what the market's doing. Okay, TGL just released again. Let's see. I don't have any of this left, but I'm telling you. Yeah, I mean, the SPY, I mean, looked a little bit ominous for a while. I got back down to that 420 level, I think. Yeah, right to that, just at that 420 level, bounce off the 420. All right, guys, I'm just actively watching the TGL right now. Now, if I had held my original position all the way, but there's no way. I mean, you just don't know. A rug could get pulled, it could go right back down to four today. So that's why, the way I try to trade something like this on the first day is to carve out little pieces of it. And because there's no way, I'm going to hold something through all of this, even though at the end of the day, yeah, it would have made a lot more money had I, but you just don't know. Yeah, it looks like here's the big fall now. So it might be over. I mean, it might be over. But I still have my alert set at the high of the day, and we'll see. Well, exactly, James. James Lane. I mean, exactly. I mean, that's why it's very difficult. If a person is new to trading, I certainly would not be trading an IPO the day of. There's no history whatsoever. It's a lot of it is feel. Okay, that's all I'm basing it on is feel. But right now, I am in nothing. I keep waiting on that Warby just in case it takes out that 1715 towards the end. I never used to, William. It's only in the last. William saying he's not new to trading. He's a very experienced trader, and he doesn't. He rarely trades IPOs a day of. I never used to. Never used to. But all of a sudden, and I don't know when this happened. Was it a year ago? Was it even longer? I can't remember. But all of a sudden, we started getting these crazy structured IPOs with low float, low IPO priced, and we'd see them go absolutely. I mean, we've seen stocks go from 4 to 80 in a day. Okay, and so I thought, wow, can I figure out a way to trade it somehow? Okay, retired. You may just want to wait. I'm going to be in a marketing meeting in about 12 minutes, and I'll find out when the latest production version is going to be available. I mean, you can download the beta. I mean, the beta's fine, from our website, but um, I'd give it half an hour or so. I'll be in this meeting, and I'm sure we'll find out what is going to be the production version. I mean, I don't think the production, whatever the latest release is going to be, it's not going to be dramatically different from 0.96. That is the beta. Oh boy, I just clicked on this HSCS. This is one from yesterday. So here's another tip, guys. This top 10 list, at the end of the day, there will be a top 10 list, right, of the stocks that start this over. Could have sworn I had more. I wonder if I accidentally started this one over. At any rate, at the end of the day, you'll have a top 10 list. The number one position will be the stock that won the most races, and then number two, etc. You can take a look at maybe some, especially if they, you don't probably care maybe about stocks that only won one or two races. I have a feeling I accidentally relaunched this because I could have sworn that some of these were up in the teens already. But anyway, as a watch list for tomorrow, okay, a watch list for tomorrow. You can take a look. Obviously in this case, I'm not sure what is going to happen with Pac B, but you see what I'm saying? DMS. It's pulled back, but who knows? Maybe tomorrow, come on, maybe tomorrow it surges up again, or think the reverse. Something that really exploded, and now maybe it turns into a better short tomorrow. I don't know, but it's a watch list. It is a watch list that you can, not just for today, but maybe keep an eye on these stocks tomorrow. That's the beauty of this. One scan to watch, one watch list created automatically for you. I was just talking about this right here at 350, guys. Look at this 50-cent pop on volume for HSC. I didn't take it. I'm trying to, point out opportunities all day long. I cannot take them all. Usually I'm in no more than 2 trades at a time. 80,000 at Interactive Brokers for shorting for HSCS. All right, guys, sorry about that. Lots of internal discussion taking place, so I'm just kind of following a thread right now. Okay, guys, Huma, really interesting. Why? Look at the weekly. 628, excuse me, 628 is the next high looking left. Now there is a high up here at 433 that could stall it, but boy, oh boy, I mean, look at that weekly chart for HUMA. Earnings play tomorrow, okay, tomorrow. Yeah, I'm not the one, Halim. The question is, can I recommend a good swing trading strategy? No, I can't. But what I would do, and swing trading, you know, in this environment is not the easiest. Even the guys at Trade Ideas who do swing trade, you know, they're not having the best of time right now in terms of trying to swing trade. But listen, if you go to support, one of the other traders may be able to help you. Maybe they'll give you some kind of a, okay, but I'm not a swing trader at all. Okay, but if you click on support and, you know, just put up the question, any good swing trading strategies? I mean, we do have a channel. You can take a look at it. New, if you click on new, doc channel bar, these are the swing alerts, I guess, that come every Friday, Monday or Sunday night if you're a subscriber. Where is it? It's called, where is it called? Where is it? Swing picks right here, swing picks. You can try that. Okay, so go to the channel bar, docked channel bar, click on swing picks. This is, if you're a subscriber, you'll get it Sunday night, I think, certainly by Monday morning. And there are some ideas here. You know, there'll be five a week. Okay, you can just sort of check it out. There's an entry, you know, levels of interest as it's called, entry and a stop. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you, but you might want to try something like that. Well, Tyler, when you say, is it of interest to me? I won't know until it opens. Okay. I see the structure is 1.2 million at 5. So if it opens above 5, it'll be of interest to me. Okay. So the question in our YouTube room was the REBN, in theory, it's supposed to open as an IPO tomorrow. Does it interest me? I have no idea right now. Oh, the stock structure, of course. Of course, it interests me. Super low float, low IPO price. You know, craziness can happen just like the TGL today, but we won't know until it opens. The bottom left window is the price, my price alerts window, which you don't have to have up and running. You can minimize it. You know, set a price alert, minimize it, and if you get a price alert, it'll pop up on your screen. The reason I have it up and running all the time is because I want to keep hammering the point home using the races along with price alerts to set price alerts at certain levels. You know, maybe a pullback level is, in my opinion, the way in which you can really effectively use, you know, the races and the price alerts. Guys, I'm in a marketing meeting very soon, so I'm just going to put, ooh, there's the Veru, guys. Keep an eye on the Veru now. It is taking out that 16 level, or trying to. VERU, guys. I'm just going to put my announcement here on mute in a meeting. So you see what I'm talking about. You know, Veru was here. Click on these alerts, okay? Even if nothing is happening, you're not seeing any action, you know, but just click something, you know, Veru earlier on in the day made won 3 races. So you click on it, and that's what I did. I set a price alert right at that 1620 level. You know, I was saying, look how it's basing. Now, does that mean this is an absolute 100% winning trade? Not necessarily, but at least now you know that it took out a level that you might be interested in. Like to see a little more volume, you know, I'd like to see some volume pushing it through too, but so you might want to wait for some volume to come in. And do you run the risk of it moving a dime as the volume is coming in? Yes, but remember, it got as high as 18. So, you know, does it really matter if you miss out on a dime, the first 10 cents, if it's going to move a dollar? I mean, I don't know what it's going to do, but all right. Whew, I got to get muting myself now, guys. So I'm on mute now. Oof, all right, guys, I'm back, and so it looks like we're going to have. By the way, guys, TGL. Now, if you're wondering again, why would I care about these silly little IPOs? Well, TGL is a perfect example. What I said was, if it takes out the high here, what was it, 1350 or something at some point, I'll get interested again. I mean, these are not easy, not easy at all. In fact, oh, wait a minute. I don't think I've unmuted myself in the other room. Yeah, I guess I'm in both rooms. Not easy, okay. But boy, if you can, you don't have to take too many shares. You're going to have, you're going to have to be watching like a hawk. But wow, I mean, this TGL, I don't know where it's going. I'm not in it anymore, but I mean, I'm going to, believe it or not, stick an alert at 1747, which is the high of the day. If it crashes, if it just breaks through that high, I don't know. Unbelievable. And the DMS, guys, the DMS. Oh, I know I've been nagging at how to use this watch list. Well, DMS has now won 11 races, but back here it was doing nothing. Okay, back here for about 45 minutes, almost an hour, and I clicked on it because it was doing nothing. I think it was maybe sixth in the list, and I clicked on it. I said, you know what? What if this breaks out of here? So it's gone now. I think my alert is gone now. But I put an alert around 2:33. It took it out, and look what it did. I mean, it got almost up to $3. I'm not saying that's going to happen every single time, but boy, I mean, that's why I'm going to keep, you know, hammering this point home that this creates a watch list for you for the day, every single day, and you don't have to do a darn thing. You just let it happen. Oh, look at the TGL. I may even, yeah. So we don't talk about how much, Big O. Okay, we really don't talk about how many shares or how much a person makes. And there it goes, guys. There it goes. I mean, I don't know what I'm going to do. Again, my initial buy way back in the eights. I mean, sure, if I had held it all the way, I would have made a lot more money. But you cannot, you never know. I mean, it could have gone from 12 down to 4 in a heartbeat too. So I've just been kind of trying to feel my way around. Meanwhile, another one that's just ripping here is GMDA, I think. Yeah, look at this, another rip. What a market we're in. And look, market's not helping. I mean, this is a classic. GMDA doesn't care what the market's doing. And of course, neither does TGL. A moment here. Yeah. So if you're wondering, I mean, we figured this out before. Like, why isn't TGL, as an example, showing up here? The biggest gainers from the open. Obviously, it is. The the reason it isn't in mine, okay, is because I've got one of my filters is the stock has to be up at least 2% from the previous close. Well, guess what? There was not a previous close. So it's looking at that and going, well, TGL did not have a previous close because today's its first day. Tomorrow it could show up. So, if you want things like an IPO to show up, I'm not saying you should do it, but you could get rid of this, in the race, having it up 2% for previous close. But that's why it's not showing up here, in case anybody wondered. Yeah, so tomorrow there'll be the beta. I think they're still struggling with so retired. Wait for tomorrow. There'll be a beta. It'll be a later beta than the 0.96 right now. I don't know if it'll be the pro, but download the beta tomorrow. It'll be fine. Good grief, guys! Look at GMDA. I mean, it's just I understand. I mean, these percentage moves are awesome. I mean, this is basing at 3, doing nothing for a while. Look, I mean, look at this. This is why I'm saying as a watch list. The interesting thing is that, I don't think it won a race. Yeah, it probably didn't win a race earlier. That's why it's not showing up here. And that's the other thing. I should have mentioned this in the marketing meeting. I want to have a top 3 list also. In other words, just because a stock could finish second 20 times and it wouldn't appear on this list. Doesn't mean it's a bad stock, of course. It's something that we should want to follow. Okay, guys. Well, I'm just going to put the test drive in the room again. I want to take part in all this fun. And I'll stick around till 3:30. I'll be on the mic till 3:30. Both rooms are shut down at 3:30. No, next week the YouTube room will be open from 3:30 to 4:30 again. Chris Farley is on vacation this week, but he'll be back next week. So the YouTube room will also be open from 3:30 to 4:30. So if you click on the test drive link, still have time to sign up. So it'll be $11.11. You'll get 10 trading days. It'll start on the 15th, which is Monday to the following Friday, which is 10 trading days. You sign up right now, you're pre-registering. You'll have access, so you won't get live data until the 15th, but you will be able to play around with the program. Give it about an hour after the market closed tomorrow. So we have the balance of Friday evening plus Saturday and Sunday to learn a little bit about trade ideas before you come in. If you're going to take this test drive, before you come into the room on Monday morning. So I have an idea about what trade ideas is all about. Take it seriously. Don't just show up and say, well, what am I looking at? Again, it'll cost $11.11. We only do this 4 times a year, so a good opportunity to do this. Once the test drive is over, it's over. There's nothing for you to do. There's nothing to unsubscribe from. We don't put you into a subscription, so don't worry about that. This is also open to our standard subscribers, okay? If you want to try our premium service, which is giving you had 2 great days in a row. I don't even know what happened earlier in the day or earlier in the week, but you'll have access to the AI, okay? Take a look at how that works. The only thing you will not be able to do is you will not be able to auto trade anything, okay? Okay. Now, if you're going to take the test drive, oh, TGL, I cannot believe this. Okay, guys, you're going to take the test drive. So, Teddy, when you say you want to see the ones that trade in a zone all day after a morning rip, what do you mean by that exactly? Trade in a zone after a morning rip? You mean like kind of consolidate or something? Do the race. Just look at the races, man. I mean, I don't know how else but you can, I mean, after an hour. So I'm not 100% sure I know what you mean by, I mean, this is showing you stocks that are ripping at the very beginning of the day. Okay. This is showing you stocks, and sometimes they just rest. Well, I mean, okay, let me just continue this, Teddy. I mean, we do have a consolidation filter, okay, that you can take a look at. I have never used it, so I don't really know how well it works or what sort of alerts you're going to get from it, but you can try. But let me just continue this for a minute. Because if you're going to take the test drive, please click on my homepage link, or if you're new to Trade Ideas, please do this. You've got to do this. Let's get started, okay? Let's get started. Now you can go to the education section right away. Click here. And there it is here. There, and click on the user guide. And there it is also here, the getting started. Learn what an alert window is. Learn what a top list window is, and learn about the races, okay? Get that down at least. And you can start looking later on, price alerts, etc. But get this down at least. Get set for the test drive. I find an arrow that I can click back on. And that's all I'm going to say, guys. Okay, that's all I'm going to say about my homepage. Save my link. Well, I should talk about my. You want my scans? This is the race mode. This is the one to concentrate on 99% of the time. Okay. So save my link, and then you can look at the education. You can see my scans. By the way, I'm getting rid of a lot of my scans in my homepage, just to let you know. Okay. It doesn't mean they're not going to be. I'm not getting rid of them in terms of deleting them forever. It's just they won't be on my homepage anymore. Too confusing. Too many things to look at. I'm going to really pare it down. Yeah, there's nothing, Rob. There's nothing. There's nothing that's going to be that you can use on the web page, web-based version that's going to be like the on a Mac. There's nothing, unfortunately. I mean, it's running on off this top list, and this is the top list it's running on. You can have this, but big deal. You know what I'm saying? How are you going to use it? I mean, it's showing you. I mean, I can see DMS is the most up from the open today at 90%. But what does that really mean? I mean, is it moving now? Is BCAB moving now? Is one of these moving now? Unfortunately, you're just not going to be able to take full advantage unless you have something either an emulation program like Parallels. Okay. Well, again, there's no that I can give you the top list, Rob. You can yell at me and put it in caps, but I can give you the top list, but it's not going to help you. I mean, it's not going to show you what's moving on the top list unless you have the race. Like, I'm not trying to be mean or anything, but it's, nothing is going to emulate that. Nothing is going to emulate, something that is moving in a top list rapidly other than having the top list. Or sorry, other than having the race. So it's, I mean, I can give you this, but, I don't know how you're going to use it. Does that make sense? I mean, how are you going to use it? So what? DMS is 89% above, the open. But how are you going to use that to help you trade? I understand you're paying $200, but because the whole idea of this is that it can start, when a race starts, or as a race is it's starting, and then all of a sudden something way down here, I've got 100 symbols in this list. Noah, 12.4% above the change from the open. Okay. But what if Noah all of a sudden, for whatever reason, starts to, now it's 13%, now it's 15, now it's 18, now it's 20, in relation to all of the other stocks, which might be just stuck. This is really moving. The only way you can see that is in this race. Okay. Okay, so that's the only way you can see it. So giving you this top list window, and especially if you're new to trading, but even if you're not, how is it going to help you? Unless it can be linked, to a race. So Teddy, I mean, there is a consolidation. There are some consolidation filters. How well they're going to work, I don't know. But if you left click configure and do search, and then just click on consolidation. Okay, so we've got like a 5-minute consolidation breakout, a 10, a 15, 30. We've got position. I've never used it. You can try, you can click on the position in consolidation, and then click on help, and it'll explain what it is. I have never used it. No, just never used it. but you can take a look. This is a consolidation. This is an alert. Click on it and then click on help. You'll see what it's kind of looking for. You can create your own symbol list, Anil. You can create your own symbol list, okay, with the stocks you want to follow, and then attach it to a top list window, and then launch the race based on those symbols. You can also, I don't know if you guys have this availability yet, but there is an add symbols here, a little click, and so you could add them right here. So you could add those. So if you had mine, for instance, but I almost guarantee, well, I shouldn't say that. Snap can be a bit of a mover. Well, I mean, I hate to say it like that, Rob. It's not available yet. Thank you, Omni. Okay, it's not available yet. Either that, or again, if you're willing to use a program like Parallels, I know a lot of people do. When I say people, a lot of people who in Trade Ideas who have Macs, that's what they do. They use an emulation program like Parallels. But I mean, look, the whole thrust of our company now is based on the races, okay? And it's not that, I'm not convinced. I mean, I'm just 100% convinced this is the way to go. Focus on one scan, it'll create a watch list that you can follow all day long. So I click on BNSO right now, okay? It's not doing anything. I haven't seen it, but I just click on it and see what it's doing. What if it were just kind of basing? What if it's moving down now, but what if it were just kind of basing, consolidating? All I do is then I can just, well, as Dan wants me to do, click the buy button, and then you can set up a conditional buy, above the price. Okay, so I just clicked the buy button at 541. So if it gets up to 541, it'll take the trade as an example. Well, I know you're asking questions about, I thought you said you were a trader. I mean, I'm not trying to be mean to you, but I asked early on what sort of trading experience you have. You have to then practice in our simulator. How do you know when to get in and out? I mean, that's the whole, I mean, you have to, first of all, what I would do is I would take a look at the videos that were created by Michael Noss at Trade Ideas, okay? Okay. Click on my homepage link, and at least this will give you a start about trading in general. Click here, and then go to the education, or go to the user guide. I'm sorry, go to the education section, sorry about that. And then click down here. It sounds like you're very new to trading. Back to basics. It's going to take you a while. There are 36 short videos, but I would take a look at this, just get an understanding about support and resistance, candlesticks, trends, things like that. Okay. Because I can't tell you, well, this is where you would take a trade and this is where you'll get out. Okay. I mean, that's, for me, for instance, I just showed you as an example what I may have done. I'll take a look at a chart. I'll see where I think maybe there's a bit of a support area or a resistance area that ever broke through. Maybe I take the trade. That's my style of trading. You have to come up with your own style. And you have to have a trading plan. I mean, this is all the things I know people don't want to hear, but trading isn't easy. You could easily spend 3 months at least in a simulator to kind of figure out, okay, now I'm kind of getting it. That's a support area, that's a resistance area. Look at VJet right here as an example. VJet right here. Can you not see that, for instance, it's kind of basing? Maybe if it takes out the 653 mark, maybe it has another run. So I'm going to click the buy button. I'm going to drop it right to that area. And it should the buy button so there it is. So now if it hits 651, practice like that. Okay, it's very simple. Just click the buy button and place an order where if it took that price out, maybe that would be a good. I wouldn't be doing this in my real account. Okay, I'd be practicing in a simulator. The reason is that just because something takes out an area doesn't absolutely mean I want to take the trade. Normally, I would put a price alert, so I'm alerted to that area. Now I can sort of pause a bit and say, do I want to take this trade? Is it really extended? What's maybe what's the market doing? There's a lot to trading. There is a lot to trading. Okay, it's not easy. Well, there's no, yeah. So Rob, you're talking about the 110 version. The $80 version is after. There's no so-called $80. The standard version is fine, Rob. The standard version is fine. But that is $118 after that first month. Okay, the 15% discount, is only good for the first month. So what's going to happen? What I did find out, okay, because in the latest build, if you have not saved, and especially for new people, if you've not saved Brokerage Plus as a default and all that, when you click the buy button, it will be automatic. It'll be automatically set up. You know what? I don't even want to explain it. It's too complicated. But you won't have to set up a strategy or anything. There'll be one sort of a default strategy that will maybe commit 5,000 again in the simulator. It'll commit $5,000 to the trade. Okay, it'll place a stop and all that, and it'll commit $5,000 to the trade. So you won't have to do anything. Practice it. Simulator is part of the standard subscription. Yes, Anil. All you need is our standard service, and you have access to the simulator, which uses our real-time data. Okay, so it has nothing to do with your broker. Okay, it uses our real-time data. Yeah, racing is part of the standard service. The only thing that is premium, okay, really, I mean, there are some other differences, is the AI, okay? This guy right here that gives you some ideas to trade automatically, okay? I mean, the last few days have been pretty awesome. It's not always like that, but this gives you some ideas to trade. That's the only difference really between, well, there are some other subtle differences, but that is the main reason, that's the main difference between a standard and premium. All right, just a minute, please. I might have a package here. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. Okay, so Anil, resistance, support and resistance, very difficult because your idea, or not just you, but my idea of where a support area is or a resistance area may be very different from somebody else's. It also depends on the time frame. Okay. But for instance, if I look at VJet right here, just look at a chart, look at look at this 15-minute chart for VJet. Can you see that as an example? Let's take a look at VJet, just as an example. So maybe not a great example, but if these bottoming tails weren't there, what if right here at 601. You know, it went down to 601, it held, it went down to 601, it held. So you could say to yourself, well, and this is, you know, maybe over 45 minutes, almost an hour. Okay. Never mind these bottoming tails there. Just take a look at the bodies. So you could say to yourself, well, that looks like a pretty good support area. So if I took this trade right now, okay, right now, I could place a stop at around that 6 area so that if it you know went through that area, I want to be out of the trade because that to me would maybe look like a support area. Okay, as an example. But I mean that's why you've got to get some, you've got to start looking at charts, lots and lots and lots of charts. Somebody else might look at this, go, I don't believe that because I look at that 10 SMA and it's rising. You know, unless it breaks down through that 10 SMA, I will still be in the trade. That could be somebody else's. Okay, so that's why there's all sorts of different ways of looking at support and resistance. That's why there's no one, this is support absolutely that everybody would use, or resistance, that's what everybody would use. You know, when I look at a trade, for instance, if I'm going to get into a trade, where's an example of something? I think the Warby was a good one. Let me take a look. No, there was something on a weekly chart, but that's why you have to get used to looking at longer term time frames. You know, like a daily and a weekly and a monthly chart. Because if you're taking something kind of near the high of the day, what you want to be able to do then is take a look left on a daily chart to see where is the next high on that daily chart. Okay. If you don't see anything, in other words, if everything is underneath the current price, then you have to look at a weekly chart. And then if you don't see anything there, a monthly chart. See how, well, you asked earlier about, I mean, you seem to be very fixated on wanting to trade Snap, but you know, I mean, obviously, if Snap ever went down below 939, you'd want to be out of the trade, right? If you took it right now, you know, there's sort of an area. And right now, the next, I mean, if this is resistance, I don't know, but that's the next high looking left, 1547. I'd also be checking to see where the VWAP is. So right now, the VWAP is at 1129. But again, it depends on, you know, you're looking at this as a swing, a multi-day swing. That little VWAP may not matter. I don't know. I'm not a multi-day trader. But you know, that would be, if this were really moving, you know, there's the next high looking left, 1111. You know, and what did it get you today? It got up to 1180 and it's pulled back down. So I mean, obviously, if Snap, if it gets any sort of good news or you know some traders behind it, I mean, it's got a lot of room to move, as an example. But if you were trying to swing this, though, no, you'd have to have a pretty wide stop, in my opinion. You know, maybe no less than, you know, that's $9 or $10 level. I always think of a whole number like 10 as being very psychological to try to either break or get through. Okay. But you know, and the other one, GDRX, I don't know. I haven't seen that one for a while. Yeah, I mean, it's, you know, again, the low looking left is 630. I mean, maybe that's $1 away. Maybe that's support. But you're very new to trading. I can see that now. And so before, you know, I sort of tell you where I think a support and resistance is, I would highly recommend you take a look at that video series that Michael Noss at Trade Ideas put together. And that'll give you a good, hopefully a bit of a foundation about understanding how to read charts, number one. Okay. Oof, okay, guys, I'm just about done. So if this opens tomorrow, guys, the IPO to keep an eye on, of course, will be the REBN. Okay, why? Look at the structure. You know, again, for people, no, I wouldn't do this if you're new trading, but you know, look at that structure, 1.2 million at 5. TGL was 2 million at 4. So I mean, very low number of shares being released and a very low IPO price. If this opens above, like way above 5, hey, you're gonna get the enthusiasm for traders or from traders. Well, there is a relative volume race already created for you at JC. I cannot probably improve on that. Where is it? It's in volume. Where's it called? Price and volume. So if you click on the doc channel bar, and this is a race already configured for increasing. I don't know why there's 2 of them here, but you can take a look at this. All you have to do is take this window, okay, and now right click, duplicate into a free floating window. Now it's free floating. I don't know what the differences are here. Maybe it's all you'd have to do. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the top list it's based on. Crazy. Okay, that's the top list it's based on, and here's the race. Okay. All right, everybody. How time is it? So I think I'll wrap it up now. So thank you for all the help. And just give me a moment. All right, so thanks a lot for all the help, everybody. I will open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. So have a great evening. A great evening, and we'll see you tomorrow. Bye-bye. And YouTubers, I'll shut you guys down now also.